Test 1 2.
Welcome to Bally's Presents live at the bike. There might be a heat wave heading over the Los Angeles area, but it pales in comparison to the action heating up in the studio. edition of Live at the Bike. There may be a heat wave sweeping through the Los Angeles area, but that pales in comparison to the action heating up in our studio. From the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino, I'm Rye Guy, your host for this edition of 2550 with a star-studded lineup, headlined by maybe the most feared player in Los Angeles, Saya, and everyone's favorite villain, Teddy, KGB. Whoa, are we live?
Support for Live at the Bike comes from True Classic. True Classic has the absolute best fitting t-shirts a man can buy. Finding the right t-shirt is incredibly frustrating. Most t-shirts are either way too tight on your gut or they look way too big and boxy. It's time to go all in on True Classic. True Classic has already helped over 2 million men finally get a better fit at an affordable price. Our listeners get access to the best deal they offer. For a limited time only, get 25% off with the code LATB at trueclassic.com.
Welcome to the game.
From the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino, welcome to this edition of Live at the Bike. There may be a heat wave sweeping over the Los Angeles area, but that pales in comparison to the action heating up in our studio. I'm Rye Guy, your host of this edition of 2550 with a star-studded lineup, Headlined by maybe the most feared player in Los Angeles, Saya, and everyone's favorite villain, Teddy, KGB. Our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by True Classics. Get a 25% discount when you use the promo code LATB. Saya rolling in as the chip leader, Ling 20K. Yen, $15,000. Ludo buying in for 10K. KGB, 8.2 thousand. And Joe coming in for a cool 5,625. Interesting figure he picked for this one. We see L and Ling alongside one another.
Oh, good, thank you.
A handful of very dangerous players throughout this lineup should make for an extremely exciting contest. And I expect fireworks to be had.
See over there, it's 5, right? Small yellow at 5, right?
Today we're going to be doing the best we can to interact with the comments. If you have any questions, anything you want to talk about, drop it in the chat. We'll be shouting out a bunch of people throughout the 5 hours that we have.
175.
Joe picking up top pair, taking down a pot early on. Joe, a very dangerous player, plays frequently at the bike. I'm excited to see what he's got. I know he's very capable of launching some extremely aggressive bluffs. See Ludo alongside. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. Helps the channel grow, keeps us in the algorithm.
I put it inside that thing.
第二天你去了吗？第二天哦，第二天你去的主桌。对呀，我是全世界唯一的，那全是超。主桌还是很烂。就烂的不能再烂。
Ludo opening the suited King 9 under the gun, getting 3-bet by +1 with Ace King.
比那个还烂。那Frank去了没？那他去了没？那他去了没？Frank去了没？没有。
Heads up to an ace high flop, so Yen top gonna.
What'd you say you need? Oh, like coffee.
Continuation bet for a small sizing, and Ludo with a whole lot of nothing, getting out of the way.
Sure.
Yen taking down her first pot of the day.
洛杉矶完全不是一回事。
All good? Okay.
Do you understand what we're talking about?
对。
Do you? Do you understand what we're
No, I'm not Chinese.
It doesn't matter, maybe you speak Chinese.
Vietnamese? Yeah, I'm not Chinese, so.
Has nothing to do, just maybe you don't understand.
Oh, no.
You didn't ask me? Do you? No, I don't understand. I do.
I hope to one day.
Re-raise. 525.
Yen opening up the pretty suited connector, and Saya with #1 pocket aces next to act. Ling getting jiggy on the button with suited 7-5. My favorite hand, that's the James Bond hand. The spade variety as well. And Yen not going anywhere with her ace crackers. 3 ways to a flop. Yen open-ended, Saya still retaining the overpair with a backdoor flush draw. Ling with bottom pair.
550.
And Saya continuing into the field. Yen open-ended and a pure continue. Decides the call route is the most standard approach. Picking out the 6 on the turn. Bink City. Yen with the super nut. Saya with an overpair on a scary board. Let's see if she wants to continue to barrel away or if she's going to exhibit some pot control. Check on the turn. Yen with the nuts and Saya with a very strong bluff catcher in position.
1700.
1700, Saya snapping it up, and Yen going to show the nuts. Saya losing the minimum there. can't be going hero folding a hand as strong as aces. Your opponent could certainly even have hands like ace queen, king queen, queen jack betting for value, so easy snap call for her. And as we said, losing the minimum. A lot of people are willing to barrel off there, getting check raised on the turn, putting themselves in a miserable spot where either they got it or they don't. But Saya identifying that this board is going to be far superior for her opponent's range, checking it back, exhibiting pot control, and using the aces to bluff catch on the river.
Raise 150. Fold.
And right back at it with the suited wheel king from under the gun.
3 raise. 450. Yes. 3 raise 1400.
Ling with the 3-bet with suited jack 10, and Joe with the cold 4-bet to $1,400.
Call. Heads up.
And Joe playing fairly short here, only 6K behind, 2,000 in the pot. We see an ace-high board aggressively favoring the cold 4-better, and Ling just completely bricking, no backdoor, anything for her. Joe's gonna bet it and take it down.
Aaron 在那个桌那么小，他也是鱼。
你知道 Aaron 吗
Aaron 上我知道，他也是鱼。
And so Joe getting on the score sheet with a couple of singles early on.
你们真觉得他不是鱼啊？
Cold 4-betting in a spot that people would just default to call, but he understands that Saya's going to be opening wide, Ling is going to be 3-betting wide, and so his 4-betting range has to open up even more.
Exactly what crossed my mind. Actually. So if we're gonna listen to all this for 6 hours, we better start talking something else. Yeah. Oh,
本来想着抱怨是，哎呀都不让我们。
no way action. Oops, sorry, no action.
Raise 150. Fold. Call. Fold. Call. 3 players.
And,
Check. $250. Fold. Call.
So both players hitting middle pair should feel very confident about their kickers, but
Check.
Ling with the ace, Saya with the king, and I think this just checks around till the river now unless one of these players improve, and Ling with the check mark. Both players with some decent showdown value. Neither of them should feel like they have to go for any value or turning their hand into a bluff. Ling in position now, considering her options, decides her 6 is good enough to show down. Ace 6 greater than king 6.
yep. I was 81.
Shipping over a $1,000 pot.
No, yes, you got the money and left. I got one big blind left before the ball.
Really? You got 81?
Thank you.
You can check it. It's,
I was thinking if you
cannot
bet,
lie
maybe
about
I should
it,
check
right?
raise. Really? So
Look
good
at
thing
the
you
live
didn't
when
try.
people can
You were
check.
lost.
It's better than bubble.
You know how I got there? I put 6 chips, time chips, before my big blind. I put them all 6 of them. And I'm gonna waste all of your time for 5 minutes.
Good job.
And that's and somebody get busted. I got one
I
big one.
helped you. I passed the bubble
Raise
back.
150.
Oh, you got kings. You got a7. Oh, that's what you. That's why I get the money.
KGB, you got exactly 81st? That's crazy.
Yeah, and he put all his time chips.
Before,
That's so funny.
And then
And
I
you busted the
guy.
bubble guy. That's
I
really
busted
funny.
the guy, yeah.
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 And the guy had a lot of chips.
Oh, really? So you guys played a huge
He
pot.
made a huge flop,
Got it.
pre-flop,
Got it.
on the bubble, shoving like half a million chips.
Wow.
How much?
Lot of chips.
A lot of chips.
I had kings.
So L, the man in the hoodie over there, actually finished 6th in the Bicycle Legends poker
Good for me.
tournament
I got
that just concluded
$9,000.
last week. You can see that on our
Because of
YouTube
you.
if you haven't already. I'm a big
Because
fan
I
of
put
L
the
as a
time
person and a
chips.
big fan of his
To waste
game at the
time.
table. Played with him a handful of times.
I really did.
I certainly enjoyed have conversations with him off the table, but in
I got
terms of
one big
playing with
blind
him
left.
on the table, I pick some other opponents. He's a very aggressive player in position, uses big bet sizings, puts you in very miserable spots,
Exactly, I did.
Check.
and is able to slice through opposition who aren't willing to put their foot down.
Fold. How you doing, sir? Good. Welcome to the game. What's your name?
Casper.
Casper. And you're buying in for
Casper,
352.
not Jasper.
About 5,000. Yeah, you too.
I see you have a lot of fun with it.
Casper with a.
Unfortunately, not that.
Very nice.
Thank you. But you know,
You guys see nine
all the
Casper,
social events is
52
interfering with
5200.
my weight loss plan.
Oh, yeah. The food is too good. Huh?
All right, good luck.
Yeah.
Where did you eat the omakase?
You know everything about scanning.
It's in downtown
Yeah, yeah.
actually.
Which one?
Time
It's
chips,
called
good with
Sushi Zo.
He's
that, good. Sweet. Fold.
Zo. Yeah.
Fold.
Never been to
Fold.
that one.
first stream. Good for you, bro.
First stream.
Fold.
150.
Raise. 500.
150?
150.
What do we get?
500? Why would I do 500?
150.
You're crazy.
I got pocket aces. Why would I do that? I'll get imagination. Yeah, imagination.
Hi.
How are you? Nice
Re-raise.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Instant call. Instant call.
So L right on cue, applying
Instant.
pressure
Not
out of
even
the
blink.
small blind with a
Why not?
I'm Joe,
suited
by the way,
king.
sorry.
KGB with a mystery hand.
Shove? I got aces. Why would I shove?
You could probably deduce it's not aces at this point in time, but your guess is as good as mine.
It is what it is.
500. Can you scan your hand, please, KGB?
Yeah, when
wanna
you showed up
scan
today, we
aces.
actually thought we were seeing Casper the Ghost.
Right? Literally, right?
I was like,
I'll get a big imagination if ace jack or something. Yeah.
talking to someone.
So Casper appearing to the game out of thin air,
Oh, yeah.
buying in for I
Well,
believe
that bad.
$6,000.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the lineup is full, the action is flowing. We gotta get some drinks on this table. Joe and Casper. Joe, one of the more creative players in terms of finding unique bluff opportunities, attacking spots aggressively, and understanding the mindset of the players he plays against.
Re-raise. 650. Fold.
L with some sailboats on the button. Ling ace queen offsuit out of the small blind. And L's gonna continue with a pair in position.
Chinese fish, not Chinese.
10-6-5, not the worst board for pocket fours in the world. You're still ahead of hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen, and king jack. Also a couple ambitious backdoors for L. He's got a backdoor straight draw and a very ambitious backdoor flush draw, and he can also represent a range, which is exactly what he's going to do here. Understanding that he can have all of the sets here, pocket fives, pocket sixes, pocket tens, where Ling is only going to really have pocket tens in this spot, and on a dynamic board as it begins to change, for example, any diamond, 7, 8, or 4 or 3, he will just have a lot of better hands than his opponent, who are going to be fairly capped to some over pairs. So understanding the value of position, understanding the value of his range advantage on that board as the turn and river run out, he puts in the small raise on the flop and takes it down against ace high.
Close to you.
They're
But
huge
him?
on online, like sports.
Really?
Huge.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fold.
Like football, especially soccer.
Fold.
Makes sense.
Imagination.
Fold. 150. Call. Fold.
I am it.
Fold.
20. Yeah.
So I want to know, who are you guys cheering for in this matchup? Leave your comments in the YouTube section or the Twitch section. I'm going to be making sure to keep on top of both sides of this game throughout and shouting out the people who have the best questions or comments throughout the entirety of this 5-hour stream. Once again, my name is Guy, and thank you guys for tuning in for this Thursday edition of 2550 on Live at the Bike.
125. Fold.
It's a very sneaky bet. So do you have water?
I didn't
And lemon?
see they had a
You got it? Don't think so.
Oh, her?
Yeah.
Get a queen?
Yeah, she showed it to me. It was so ridiculous. I thought she would like instant call with a queen.
所以你在 Vegas 打了2天。
第二天
Called the board.
就打了1、2个。
Dude, that's I know it was so weird. I was like, oh, it's the last hand. Let me mess around.
Fold.
Party 不是
Raise
我是男
150.
模。
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Ace 5 suited and the cutoff for Ling. Ling gonna take it down.
我也打。
你打再来那个。
So looking at the chat, we got a lot of Saya fans, a heavy amount of L fans, and some Ling Ling fans. Ling Ling actually one of the most aggressive players at the table. Certainly not afraid to come up with some creative bluffs. And from what I've heard, a very difficult player to play against. I've never had the chance to play on a game against her yet.
Mid Autumn Festival，中秋节，中秋节是周五，这周五，明天就是明天。
But it's certainly difficult to play against players like her who are willing to find more bluffs, put in big bets with both value and bluffs. And when she gets a big hand, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, she will get paid.
Yeah.
And that's what makes players like her so dangerous is sometimes she'll have air and sometimes she'll just have it. So when she has it and someone has something like an over pair or even top pair, she's going to make far more money than someone who's just sitting around and knitting it up.
Is that like a big holiday or? Is it
Yeah, it's a big holiday in China.
It is.
It's like full moon.
Which is why
got it.
poker's such a unique game, because there's no one way of playing.
Oh, okay.
You know, someone could sit around, wait for aces, and hope that they hold up, but typically the ones who excel most are the ones who are mixing it up and finding ways to throw people on their back foot, because they are so unpredictable. So when they get hands like aces or kings, the unpredictable nature of their gameplay will make those specific hands worth more than someone who's just waiting for premiums to play. That's what makes someone like Ling Ling so dangerous. When she wakes up with a monster, she is going to make the maximum.
Raise to 200.
Oh, whatever. Jack high, no good?
Heads up.
I got jack high.
That's pretty good.
Jack.
So a cooler flop. Both players hitting top pair. Saya with top and bottom. KGB with top pair, weak kicker, and Saya checking it over. I like the check. KGB announcing his hand. Saya jumping in for the check raise right away.
Okay, whatever. Jack is not good. It may be good on the river.
You in town for a while, or are you going back to Arizona soon?
So Saya trying to build this pot out of position. A bit of an action-killing card, bringing an 8-9 and the obvious front door flush draw. Saya's gonna have to be a little bit worried, but I think she just goes for value on all three streets here. KGB effectively telegraphing his hand, saying he has a jack. So if she believes him, he cannot have a flush right now.
Were you from there?
I go there
And a
at least once.
bit of a cooler river as well. KGB hitting top and bottom pair, and Saya probably going to go for some more value against KGB's Jack X range.
2,500.
So you most time living here.
Saya 2/3 pot on the river, and now KGB in a bit of a
That's true.
miserable spot.
In many ways, and all good ways. Not that they're all bad, but just
It's always unfortunate when you river
Tell him what.
two pair and someone else is representing a hand stronger than yours. Saya's line looks a lot like a hand like King Queen as a bluff, but also she's representing all the flushes that came in, all of the better two pairs, all of the sets. And KGB's two pair in this spot is effectively just a bluff catcher.
Adding time.
the big thing with.
Not bit much.
And when I hear the stat is that there's either as many or close to Armenians in Glendale/LA than there are in Armenia.
Oh, yeah. No, there's more. There's more.
More.
There's 3 million population in Armenia.
Okay.
Okay. And then around the world, it's like close to 6 million.
Yeah, but LA is like
Saya,
LA
the
is a
stone
bunch.
cold killer, making the maximum on a straighty, flushy board with two pair against a player who telegraphed his exact hand. Creative play, check raising the flop and going for 3 streets of value when the front door flush comes in, and that's what makes her one of the best players in the Los Angeles area.
Ended up breaking my finger.
He smacked the rail too
Check,
hard.
raise, bet, maximize.
Yeah.
No more fingers.
Yeah, no, he'll smack that button so hard he'll break another finger.
And so that hand almost as spicy as our sponsor for this game, Habbo Hot Sauce. I was having some Habbo Hot Sauce yesterday. I put it on a few tacos, and believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it was delicious. Go to habbosauce.com. Try it out yourself.
Israeli.
Dead, huh?
What part of Arizona were you from?
I'm not from I
Or like, where
it's
you live?
Scottsdale.
Oh, Scottsdale. Okay.
That's not funny.
Yeah. Arizona's definitely changed a lot within the last
Lucky you.
10 years. Like,
Population.
not only population, but like the growth, the city developments, and all that. It's like insane.
Yeah. I like the road.
The roads?
Yeah,
of course.
I know.
When I go to Arizona and like I have family out there, and they complain about traffic in Arizona,
Yeah, that's funny.
that's one of the funniest conversations I carry with them.
So your parents don't call you about 中秋节?
Not yet, right?
It's tomorrow. In China, it's already 中秋节.
Oh, is mine?
Maybe they'll call me tonight.
Easy, bro. Don't break the furniture.
Quit that fucking shit.
Actually, I'm not even sure if it's tomorrow.
What?
But I know it's like very soon.
Do you like mooncake?
Do I like monkey? Mooncake.
Mooncake.
Mooncake. I like the double yolk mooncake. Double yolk. 双黄白莲蓉.
Oh, yeah.
双黄白莲蓉 mooncake. What about you?
Saturday. I'll bring you some.
I have the 双黄白莲蓉.
Jewish
I hate
holidays.
the ones, the
Jewish New Year
traditional
and
ones.
then,
That is really sucks.
Jewish New Year, yeah. Like the original Jewish calendar.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Really Jewish?
How do you have it?
How do I have?
Like,
No, you can buy it on Yummy.
Thank you guys for
Yeah, I
joining
bought
us
it on
for
Yummy.
this
I bought a little
Thursday
Yummy.
edition of
Yeah.
Live at the
Yeah.
Bike. If you
Usually
haven't
people-
already, make
people
sure you
don't
hit that
what
like
noses.
and
I
subscribe
get
button.
roasted in the chat, but
It costs you nothing, and it means everything to us to make sure we can bring you
But I
this
was gonna bring
high-level
a snack
poker
this
content
Saturday for
week in
everybody.
and week out.
That I think you for sure like. Yeah, it's not a mooncake, it's something else.
Saya with the ace high hearts, Ling with the 8 high hearts, and Joe with the king of hearts.
that's for sure.
750.
Saya opening from the cutoff, Joe 3-betting out of the big blind,
No
trying to
fold.
take down the dead money in between,
can you
and
give her a fold
gonna do
button?
no
So
such
you guys
thing,
have
getting a
those?
couple of callers.
I know.
3 players.
Joe
was
looking for a
gonna
king,
do-
Saya
yeah,
looking
she
for a
folded,
queen to
I folded.
capitalize on her kicker, but deuce, 3, Brick City for the field. Joe understanding that he's got an aggressive range advantage on a board like this, meaning that he can have all the hands like aces, kings, queens, and jacks, whereas Saya and Ling collectively are going to be capped to a hand like pocket 10s, pocket 9s, or pocket 8s at the very top. Saya understanding that much, and that means her ace high is going to have a fair amount of value on this kind of a board texture. Now, Joe, is he going to try to unload the clip and represent hands like kings and queens or pocket aces here that are trying to cooler those middling pairs that we had just mentioned? Saya with ace high, she beats all of the hands that Joe would be squeezing with, like ace jack, ace 10, king queen, king jack, jack queen, all these combinations, but she just decides against a double barrel from Joe. She's going to concede the pot in position with her ace high.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Wanna wait one more? Or? Fold. 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 Raise 150. Re-raise. 450. Fold. Fold.
L opening it up with the Daniel Negreanu hand, 10-7 suited Ling with 4 high and a dream, putting in the 3-bet. I like it.
Re-raise. 1200.
And L putting his foot down, out of position. This formation's gonna be really interesting to see how it develops. L's gonna be opening wide, Linglin's gonna be 3-betting wide, and so L decides to take a stand early on and 4-bet with a very marginal hand. A lot of the time you're just giving up, but he's probably trying to establish a dynamic with this aggressive player directly to his left. And say, if you're gonna 3-bet me, I'm not gonna have a problem putting in the 4-bet. Both of these players with some absolute nonsense.
Fold.
And L gonna value bluff his 10 high, getting Ling off her 4 deuce. Like I said, action game. 4-bet pot, 10-7 suited, way ahead of 4 deuce. Something you certainly won't see at your local one too.
不是明显超越，谁会相信那个啊？
也不好，不应该他这种人。我又不是他们放大没有，不是啊，就这，我又不是那样的人，你知道吗？
我知道，
开始
所以才是明显的。
没有啊，那人家懂不懂啊？人家看着我也听到他。
Lady, how come you are betting short again? You two chickens to play deep stack.
No.
Fold.
It's 150 without straddle.
Yeah.
Sounds like L is getting called out.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you. Please.
So we got double domination from Ludo. His ace-10 ahead of the king-10 and the ace-8, meaning anytime he hits top pair, someone else will have an inferior top pair, but Ling thinking the king on the flop. She got range advantage. She's going to bet it and take it down.
Yeah, he cashed out what, 150K?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to donate some here.
How do you know I will lose?
Huh?
How do you know I will lose?
There you go.
Yeah, but at least you put more money. We have a. They got excited.
Let's straddle then.
Yeah.
Time to give out a couple shout-outs, a few positive people in the chat. Michael, Derek, Caps. Appreciate the positivity flowing through the comment section. I'm going to do everything I can to break down what's going on inside of these high-stake poker players' minds. As a high-stake poker player and a sports commentator from Toronto, Canada.
No chance.
Worked with 5 different sports teams.
I blocked my way through. Come on.
5 different sports, 10 different teams in the Ontario area, including Basketball Canada, Basketball Ontario, and 8 different universities throughout my sports media broadcasting career. Decided to take my talents down to the Los Angeles area, took a page out of LeBron James's book, followed my passion, and commentating on one of the biggest stages in poker, 200,000 subscribers on YouTube, the only poker stream in the world to have numbers that high in terms of subscriber count.
350.
And if you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe. Leave a comment in the box. The best ones I will be getting to throughout the entirety of this matchup.
Heads up.
So Saya hitting the front door flush, only 5 high. Let's see if she wants to go for a little bit of thin value on the end. And Saya
2400.
using a huge sizing with her baby flush. And L with a really strong bluff catcher now. He blocks the king high flush. And Saya could certainly be doing this with a hand like Jack 10 maybe. Hand like Queen Jack. Just understanding that when she checks it over, if L has her beat, he's going to check it back and win. And when he's behind, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff typically. So I like the lead here. I'm not sure about the sizing because if L's going to start folding 2 pair on that board, you're only seemingly getting called by better flushes and maybe, just maybe a straight. But the relative strength of a straight and top 2 pair when you're facing a 2x pot size river bet from out of position is fairly similar, meaning that Sai is either representing a flush or nothing, and If L's gonna fold out top of range versus your bet, I don't know if it accomplishes exactly what you want to do, but what do I know? Saya is one of the best players in the Los Angeles area, so I'm sure whatever she does makes a ton of sense in the long term.
300. Oh. Fold. Fold.
Fold.
Fold. Heads up.
So Joe opening it up, Ling with the sixes. And Joe's got a few cool backdoors. He also has position, and he's going nowhere right now. I see a 6 of diamonds on this turn. Jack of hearts. That's what we were all hoping for. 6 of diamonds would have seen some absolute fireworks. Joe would have hit the straight flush draw. Ling would have hit middle set, and we could have certainly seen a massive pot if we picked up some more aggression. Ling gonna continue to bet her third pair, and Joe with 7 high gonna give it up.
Yeah. A very bad hand.
Bad hand?
Very bad.
Pigeon was pigeon.
So a nice little zoom from our team in the back. Shout out to Alex and Brian, the guys behind the scene, to make sure that this show is running smooth and clean on a continuous basis. Brian, Alex, and Matt. Big shout out to all of them. Working their magic in the producing studio.
300. Fold. Fold. Fold.
So Ludo in seat 1, a little bit quiet from him so far. I'm a big fan of his, good friend of mine now that I moved down to this area. Hailing from France originally, I played with him on the first Live at the Bike episode I played in. It was Ludo, John Cohen, Ryan Malky, Peter, and PP. It's a very tough lineup. Had some pretty solid results throughout that game. Nearly a 50% VPIP, winning a nice chunk of change that day. I won't say exactly how much, but it was certainly a fun day. A very difficult lineup to maneuver as well. Some of the best players in Los Angeles, John Cohen, Ryan Malky. Two of the most feared players in the live stream world. So Saya 10-8 suited on the button. L deciding to just flat his king-queen offsuit, trying to keep in Saya's dominated range, i.e. hands like queen 10 off, king 10 off.
350.
Saya going to continue to bet her middle pair, and L going nowhere with the gutter balls and 2 overs to middle card. 7 on the turn. Saya's now got a gutter ball to go along with her second pair, and I think a check seems pretty fine now. 3 on the river, and L sitting with king high. He beats hands like king jack, queen jack, and decides just not to turn his hand into a bluff. Enough showdown value. And Saya gonna take it down with a pair of 10s.
再上一点，再补点码。翻钱啊！
对啊，他就扔了。
扔了你就赢了。你搞得你好像有 AA 还有麻还是怎么样的什么出生。难看，Saya
你怎么知道我就扔了 ？Maybe I stack him.
The one that Saya wants you to add more chips. So this fish you gotta get good spot. You got 30, yes.
I have position on her.
What do you mean? Your position? She was on the bottom. Oh, you mean today? Oh, the table. We'll see.
All the position out.
I have position on you.
If you guys want some higher stakes poker action, make sure you tune in tomorrow. We have a star-studded lineup featuring Bill Klein, Eric Hicks, and Garrett. Garrett Adelstein coming to play tomorrow, one of the most entertaining people in the poker community. And I got a question for the chat. Who is your favorite poker player to watch, either on live stream or another TV show? Let me know. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Garrett and what he does. The fact that he's a great ambassador for the game and has certainly helped grow this live stream poker world exponentially by just being part of it.
Okay.
So L, Queen 8, Ling, 6-3, and Joe, Ace 8.
500. Fold. Fold.
Drew is here.
Yeah, he's playing with us this Saturday.
Who's Drew?
Drew is
Before-
Indonesian action player.
Before he came, he asked me where to live.
Yeah, he told me. I picked downtown because you're bad advice.
Here, what? Here, it's pretty good.
Yeah, downtown.
我这里不挺好吗？这里酒店挺好的。
Casino?
对啊，方便。
300. Fold. Re-raise. 1,000. Fold, 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 fold.
Ludo, pocket 9, Saya with Ace Jack offsuit.
Call.
Pretty clean call out of position versus Saya.
Okay.
But playing out of position against Saya, lacking range advantage, lacking aggression lead, lacking position is always going to be a difficult task. But on the 7-5 board, I think Saya just has a lot of better hands to be betting, and she might just check back all of her range on a board like this. Ludo's going to have pocket 7s, pocket 5s, pocket 4s, pocket 8s, and a lot more 6x than Saya will, so she won't be repping a lot if she starts to bet here. Even her over pairs are going to feel fairly uncomfortable in this situation. Now Ludo, hitting a set probably the worst way possible. 4-liner on the board, front door flush coming through, and what are you targeting right now when you lead out? Although on the other hand, you really expect Saya to start bluffing here, so I think a bet is in order, trying to target hands like aces, kings, queens, and maybe some non-believing ace highs, but you don't beat a whole lot on this board except for hands like queen jack, king jack,
总得买点东西。
ace 10. But Ludo putting in a nice sized bet to maybe get looked up by a hand like ace higher,
500 1000的。
an overpair, really targeting that weak range that Saya's going to have on this run out 3-betting in position, checking 2 streets, and Ludo taking it down after what I think is a pretty nice value bet on the end. But Saya, they don't call her one of the most feared players in Los Angeles for nothing.
我以前虽然用的黑卡，
黑卡，哇，很职业啊。
但是现在每次打的时间很短，时间短。
没有，对他要时间，他不一定说管你输赢，要觉得好玩才能打得起。
房间还是
来给你问呀。
5,500 or something like that.
哇
Yeah.，
那还不错，平常那个很难弄到那个。
Fold. Fold. Raise to 300.
土可以不好玩，没得打，太紧了。
Re-raise. 1,100. Fold. Fold.
L opening out of the cutoff, Joe 3-betting, king 9 suited, Casper getting out of the way like the friendly ghost he is, with ace queen offsuit.
你们就是
Joe
完全
gonna
自己
take the aggression
让
lead,
他们把 frag 拿去了，然后你们
gonna
剩下的
3-bet
人
a hand out
跟
of
那个
position
pro
and
一起
take
打
down。the pot.
等他第二天突然间没去，都没。
Forcing out a hand as strong as ace queen. We saw Joe earlier cold 4-betting the ace queen. This time he 3-bets the exact same hand Ling had she 3-bet. And Casper getting out of the way with
That sounds
ace
crazy.
queen offsuit. So aggression
Sounds
pays
crazy.
dividends in this game, as
Yeah,
we
I
saw
agree.
just there. Winning the pot uncontested with king high and forcing out a hand far superior to king 9 suited.
Going haywire right now.
It's like freezing my legs.
What was it?
Machine is
I don't know what it
being
is.
Weird. I'm trying to restart it.
Back on.
Good, no chance. Oh, yeah, this thing is done. In the flood.
Security. What's going on with this thing?
Rudy.
Scary.
Maybe I'm just let it go.
Oops, sorry.
4 hearts exposed. Yeah, shuffle the machines down. Raise to 3. Fold, fold. Fold, fold, fold.
You guys want to keep the straddle on or?
I prefer to, like, we can do one round maybe every dealer change or something.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Cool.
Alright, we do have a collection pot player. So we're going to do double board, long pot.
Yeah, sure.
How much?
100,
looks
100,
like.
100.
So every dealer change, we do a double board bomb
Double
pot.
board,
Now
bomb
every
pot
dealer
for
change, we're going to do a round of straddles, which effectively means half this game will be 25-50. The other half will be 25-50, 100. I think we get through about 20 hands per half hour, so means that about half of the hands throughout the show will be doubled in stakes. Nice compromise there. And we got some guys like Ling trying to emulate Garrett, make this game bigger. We got guys like Joe who are just reasonable dudes trying to find that healthy medium between playing a 25-50 and a 50-100, and I think that's the correct decision.
3 of diamonds, 8 of hearts, 6 of diamonds on top.
Check.
Check. Check, 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 check. Check.
So double board bomb pot, meaning you have to win the top to win half, you have to win the bottom to win half. And if you bet aggressively, which is the strategy here, and you get players to fold on both boards, you will win the entirety of the pot. Joe with a beautiful top 2 pair on the top and a nut flush draw on the bottom. He's going to bet it.
Fold, fold.
And Saya with middle pair on the bottom and the second nut flush draw on the bottom, certainly looking like she could get herself into some trouble here on certain runouts. 3 on the turn.
Check.
So Joe with a stranglehold on the top, Saya with a better hand on the bottom until the ace binks off on the end. So the front door flush coming through, Joe now losing to a flush on both boards if Saya were to have a diamond combo.
Check.
But he's beating pretty much every hand on one board at least that doesn't include a flush. So he's going to bet for value here and probably consider folding to a raise, even though he has top 2 pair, or excuse me, 2 pair on both boards.
850.
850, a very nice value size. Saya calling 850 to win about the same amount if she wins half the board. And she's going to come to the correct decision and
Pretty interesting.
find a nice fold. She loses to any ace on both boards. She loses to a hand like pocket jacks, pocket kings.
Yeah.
And her 8 just really lacking showdown value. Would have been interesting to see a diamond on that bottom board.
200, maybe Saya can call.
I get change from you.
Yeah,
I wasn't gonna call. I was thinking about jamming, just trying
Yeah.
to say I have a flush on both boards, but
Yeah.
then I'd check it out.
That's what I was trying to,
Yeah, he's gonna fold with that step.
yeah, fold. Instant fold.
Snap call.
Instant fold.
Snap fold, can't call, too much a shot.
Commercials now.
It's a really good brand of t-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. I mean, especially for like big guys like me.
fold, fold,
You know that brand?
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
fold,
Unpaid advertising. I promise. I promise.
150. Fold. Call. Fold.
And of course, Joe talking about our sponsor, True Classic T-shirts. And you too could get 25% off when you use the promo code LATV. Take it from me. They are some of the best, high quality, inexpensive T-shirts that you can get on the market.
Call. Fold.
So a couple of speculative hands jumping in the mix. Ling 9-8 off. Yen 3-betting the Queen Jack suited. And both players myth. Yan Yan with range advantage and a backdoor straight draw. She's going to continue to represent the king, pocket jacks, pocket queens, and Ling Ling with a whole lot of nothing. She's going to find a quick fold here.
650. Fold. Thank you.
All right, so time to get to some of these questions. The first question I got today is, who's a better poker player, Doug Polk or Tom Dwan? And I would have to say Doug Polk. He's one of the godfathers of online poker. He's done such great things in terms of his success in the game, as well as his brand outside of the game, and recently opening up a brand new card club, which has been extremely successful.
150.
One of the most entertaining personalities within poker, and big fan of his as well. Tom Dwan kind of fell off the map for the last 12-ish years since his high-stakes poker days. Been hanging out in Macau from what I hear, playing in some of the biggest games, so his success been a lot less documented. But if I were to have to say Doug Polk or Tom Dwan, I would take Doug Polk 9 times out of 10. What do you guys think?
Check.
Let me know in the comments if you agree with that take or if you think Tom Dwan's a little bit slept on nowadays. We got a bit of a juicy flop here. Ludo with trip threes, trays down low. Joe with top pair, decent kicker. And there's been a fair amount of bluffing so far. I think that Joe opened this one up and Ludo flatted in the cutoff, and Joe gonna find himself in a bit of a world of hurt if Ludo decides to put in some big bets here, because he's trapping here, checking the flop over to Ludo, allowing him to blast off, and Joe's probably feeling very comfortable with his pair of jacks at this point in time.
The game's already full.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
3,300 in the middle. Ludo with an extremely disguised trips. And not the worst run out for top pair here. You lose to hands like Jack 9 now, Jack 8. Maybe some backdoor draws like Queen 10 that could have picked up a barrel on the turn, but you also have the Queen to block that. Then again, it's fairly difficult to find bluffs here that Ludo could have. Of course, backdoor hearts, but when you're on TV, there is the propensity to just blast off sometimes. A lot more than in a casino. And Ludo going for it all. Ripping it for the jugular. A 2x pot size shove on the river. And now this is where the leveling comes in. You know, you check the flop, trying to play this hand as a bluff catcher. And now your opponent is representing a hand far stronger than what you have, with a hand far less likely than what you'd expect. How could Ludo have a 3 here? It's very unlikely for him to have a hand like 6-3, maybe 5-3, 3-4, and ace-3, but he's really representing a very thin range of value. Of course, he could have backed into a hand like Queen 10. Maybe he has pocket 9s. Maybe, just maybe, pocket 8s, but would he really go bet on the flop and the turn with a hand like that? And now the levels begin to come into play. The wheels begin to turn. And is Ludo capable of bluffing 2x pot on the river as a bluff? What do you guys think? Leave a 1 in the chat for a call, 2 for a fold, and Joe deciding maybe he's not. Finding the correct fold. A nice fold from Joe, especially when you use that pot control line. Sometimes you can level yourself into thinking, this is the best hand I have here, so how can I fold it? But he comes to the correct decision that 2x pot size overbet shove might be a little more value oriented than bluff heavy. Holding out top pair. Well done, Joe. Really losing the minimum there. The flop certainly can't fold to a single bet. Turn, you still got top pair, and then the river finding the fold against the massive overbet from Ludo in position. I think both players play that hand fairly well.
Ludo the bully. Ludo the bully. I've just nicknamed you. No, I'm totally kidding.
600. Fold,
I'm kidding. Nice and nice.
Thank you,
I was marginal. I don't know.
Call, fold, fold, fold. Heads up. Check. $475.
And a little bit of a cooler flop. Casper flopping middle set. Saya with top pair and some backdoor draws. She's got a gutter to a 4. She's got some backdoor clubs, and it's going to be very difficult for her to get away here when Casper is so short. And this is the danger of buying in short stacked as well. You could have played a much larger pot than what looks like is going to be played. Saya going to click it back here to $2,000, a massive raise here relative to what Casper has, and she's kind of just boxing herself into a corner. Hands like ace queen are going to call ace king, ace jack, and pretty much closing the door on bluff opportunities here.
10 seconds.
And Casper just
All in.
ripping it all in.
Call.
And Saya finding a quick call, and Saya's going to need some
up.
backdoors to make a flush or a deuce.
Twice.
All right. We're gonna run it twice. All right, here we go.
Brick on the turn. Saya looking for a deuce and only a deuce. And bink for her. The 4 outer on the river. Casper now looking for a chop with his middle set. Good thing he didn't have more chips. A beautiful turn card for Saya, looking for a deuce or a club, and it is black, but a spade.
I got so fucking lucky. That's crazy. I almost went both.
Almost there.
Oh yeah, oh my god. It's the 10 club.
I was just trying to get it in. So.
Well, good
You
thing
think
you
I
wrong
said
twice.
And so Casper avoiding
I was
disaster.
thinking he just had an ace king or something. But
80% on the flop. Losing the first board and nearly dropping both. The 10 of spades rolling off on the end, but
Yeah.
it certainly could have been a club or a deuce for Saya to scoop the whole thing. And
I thought the club. I really thought the club was gonna hit too on the second board.
really felt like it was coming.
我想着。水下已经输了7、8千了。
破罐子破摔了。
嗯？
破罐子破摔。
不是算破摔，对，是，这个打不回来了。这个不知道是。
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Fold.
Fold. Fold. Call. Check. Heads up. Check.
L with the Negroni once again. Ling playing the 7 deuce game on her own and gonna take it down. Natural 9, 7 deuce
You guys want to play the
in
7
position. Let's battle, ladies and gentlemen. 2 flush draws with the offsuit variety.
7 deuce?
Ain't no way we're folding that in position of L.
How much? For how much?
100?
That's too small.
200.
Yeah.
200.
I won't even remember. 200 is better.
No?
Huh?
No, we could do it for 100. I mean,
I must spend like 5,000 trying to win that one.
don't do that. I mean,
Well, I can't control
can do
myself.
kitty
so I-
can't control.
and-
Yeah, we can do kitty game.
Kitty game is fun.
I'm down.
What's that?
Kitty game? Yeah,
Just-
kitty game.
小盲能赢那个 button 的钱，
Raise 150.
And you know what the
轮流
kitty
在
game
button
is.
上放钱。
He's explaining it.
蘑菇，我那叫蘑菇。No, I don't like
I mean,
that
it's
one.
in Chinese.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, for a second I thought I'm crazy, man.
Fold.
Oh, you didn't hear him?
No. Fold.
不玩，
不玩。
How much, like 50 each?
这个不玩，这个那个不玩那个。
What do we put a quarter each on it, or
我
I don't
不玩呀，
know?
我说2期玩。
So every time, I'll tell you.
Check. 175.
basically the person that has a button puts in
50.
Puts in whatever it is, whatever we agree on, a quarter or 50 on the button.
Joe,
And the
top
only
pair
person
here,
that can
Ling
win
with
that
a
is
open-ended
small
straight draw on the dummy end of it, meaning that when she hits the 8, the 9 would give the upper straight to her opponents, and the King of Clubs on the river, a pretty great barrel card for her. She's going to certainly take the opportunity to continue to bet.
1200.
And the composition of this board just allows for fewer bluffs than, for example, if it was a board like 10-9-6, where you could have hands like King Jack, Queen Jack. A lot of people are going to take those bluff lines a lot more smoothly with a hand like Queen Jack or King Jack when there's 2 high cards, as opposed to this 2 low card board where a lot of people aren't going to find check raises with hands like 5-4 suited enough to make your continues worthwhile. And Joe coming to that conclusion as well. Ling executing perfectly on her semi-bluff, out of position with 5 high. Natural 9, doubling down on it and getting Joe to fold the better hand.
We can add both.
Yeah, we cannot have both.
No, we can.
Oh, we can? Okay.
Yeah.
And once again, my name is Rye Guy, high stakes poker player, sports commentator from Toronto, Canada. If you guys like the content, make sure you like and subscribe.
So you can never get anything.
If you have any comments, leave them in the section. I'll be shouting out at least 1 or 2 per hour throughout the entirety of the show. We're going to create some great dialogue and keep this energy train rolling in the right direction. We already had the Doug Polk versus Tom Dwan debate. Let's get a couple more to talk about throughout this show. Saya, Jack 10 offsuit, L jumping in there with pocket 7s on the button. Ling, never seen a couple of cards that she didn't think she could take a flop with. And Joe with King Crab.
After the game, we checked the record. The lowest one.
Yeah.
Lowest one pays everyone 200.
500.
Could do that.
Yeah.
Could do
Yeah,
that.
that's actually funny.
Huh?
'Cause then people
That
like,
for sure won't be low.
yeah, because then nobody knows.
Lowest one
Yeah.
pays 200 to each one.
In one end. That's a good idea.
And then you can nobody can reveal how much. Nobody knows, right? So you just have to keep playing
You
it.
keep
Hopefully
playing more
you're
and
not
more
the last
and
one.
to the point everyone play every hand.
King?
It looks like Canada is getting some love. Shout out to Basketball Maven. Shout out to Blogs of Dab. And Profion, who says he's from Montreal. Always blessing the chat with some positivity, Profion is.
Which one? Stand-up game?
I pass on that one.
I pass on that one.
So love to see the
Bad memory.
Canadian support rolling through the chat. Once again, Rye Guy from
What's
Toronto.
the story behind it? I'm just curious.
Oh, I shoved 30K with King 6.
Should be getting the score bug coming up
Are you
soon.
guys talking about the same memory?
That
Oh
was versus
yeah,
Tango.
he wanted to win to sit down so bad he shoved profile with King 6. Oh.
Like after raise, or just shove 30K?
Yeah, I think
shove all in.
Oh, there's the 3-bet.
3-bet
I
and
had 3-bet, he 4-bet.
Oh, the
I
other guy
shove all in.
4-bet. Then he shoved anyway.
Got it.
What was the penalty?
You cannot sit down.
The penalty is he lost
Everybody
30K.
500. Pay 500 each
Oh,
person.
that's actually fun.
Pay 500 each, yeah.
500 each, so you shove
Well, I mean,
30K. That's fine.
listen, comfort
But
is
I had a flip.
comfort is important to some
It was
people.
not that bad. He had ace queen.
Oh, okay.
raised 500.
I ran it twice, lost twice.
You lost both?
I ran twice, lost once.
What other guy had?
I think it was 50, 100 only.
And you goes 40,000 all in.
I blew away 30.
Yeah.
So let's do the stand-up again.
Yeah, stand up is crazy.
I never played it.
It's really fun.
So
Yeah.
everyone stands up, whoever wins the head sits
Sit
down.
down.
And then the
So
last
Ludo
person
opening
standing.
King 10 off under the gun. Yan 3-betting with pocket 7s and Saya just calling with 10s.
Sit down when you win.
That leaves the door open for Joe to cold 4-bet his
4,000.
ace-king offsuit. Joe only sitting with about
You lose the last
5,700
one.
I
behind,
don't think
so
I can
Saya
ever
kind of
lose.
boxed into a weird spot.
I like that.
No, because even you steal
She's
the
got
flip
position,
flop, it's
she's
still
under-repped her hand so far,
Yeah.
but on the other hand, Joe can have
10,000.
jacks, queens, kings, and aces, which
people
just has
just go
pocket
like
10s and a
2,000.
world of hurt.
If you go 10,000,
Playing
goes
too
all in
short
with
to really
King 6
realize her
offsuit,
positional
even
advantage as
to
well.
Stop you.
Well, you should have done something earlier. Now I'm waiting until you
So like All right, I need
You
to.
should have
I
shown.
thought that he was
There's
gonna
eight
call, then he
people
changed his mind.
Right. First time shot lolly.
Exactly, your strategy
yeah.
is people won't fight, like whatever.
Yeah.
Let's come.
The second I will let you go only. So we take. Then after we sit down, we bully them.
Yeah.
And go back to
That'd be fun. Maybe we can do less, not 500. Why don't you?
Sorry.
You're all good. Good. Oh, let me turn this one.
300.
Sorry.
That means 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Okay.
Raise, all in,
Maybe
call.
you messed up. Once, twice.
Twice is fine.
All right.
So Saya deciding to just go with it. Pocket 10's too strong to fold. She doesn't want to see a flop in position against Joe's uncapped range. Decides to just roll with it.
Classic.
Let's roll the dice.
flip.
Classic flip. Pocket 10s versus Ace King offsuit. I think Saya will win the first and Joe will win the second.
Giving it away again.
She thought so too.
Trust me, I didn't want to misstep. Could be
Yeah.
way behind.
King high board
Shit.
with
Oh,
spades.
shit.
One out. You got one out.
Joe has spades covered as well. So Saya looking for a 10 and only a 10. One of the 2 red 10s left in the deck.
Joe's running good.
Good to
Hits
win
the
first.
goalpost. Jack of diamonds on the end. So
Good to win the first.
Joe gonna take down the first of these 2 boards. And a good flop for 10s there, just having to
So far, so
avoid a
good.
ace, a king, or some backdoor clubs.
Oh,
Ace
shit.
of clubs on the
That's
turn.
like that's a crazy turn card.
A bit overkill
You
for Joe's
dead.
hand.
You basically dead that turn. Because he had the club.
Oh yeah, he has clubs.
He had the king club. You got
And
your-
so Joe coming into the game with 6,000 up
You know how
to
good Joe
17
lost?
grand in his stack
Probably
now, running very
lost
pure
time.
in the early stages of this game,
That's
raking
good.
in a nearly $9,000 profit off of Saya.
5, 55, 6, 76, 7, 8, 79, 75,
Okay.
Oh,
Right here.
79, 75.
25 change.
That's it.
Thank you.
That's a
All
good
right. I'm
C,
gonna
huh?
add on 10K.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
8. He's sitting in number 8.
10.
No wonder.
Thank you very much.
Got it.
Saya deciding no gamble, no future.
Joe, what are you doing
5
on
bet
the
jamming the
motorcycle, man?
pocket
Bro, you
10s.
never see me
Oh,
cut.
that's Joe's video.
Yeah.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah, right. You never see
He
me.
got his own video.
You gotta-
And Saya adding on
you
another
already do that,
$10,000.
yeah. Sure,
Unfortunately, the reality of the no gamble, no future fallacy is you got to find that right amount of gamble. No gamble, no future. Too much gamble, no future. So you got to locate that middle ground and take it. Saya getting right back at it with 7-6 of hearts.
You were contemplating
Ludo
that.
defending the big blind with king-queen offsuit. I like the just call here. Under rep your hand, and you can have a lot of board coverage on these king-high and queen-high boards where if you're 3-betting this hand exclusively every single time, then you really struggle to hold on when your opponent who opens from early position steps on the aggression. Ludo now, he can lead here, he can check. Check seems more reasonable as the big blind defender into the early position. Razor, check, check once again, and ace on the river. So Saya with a pair of 6s now on a very wet and connected board. Ludo gonna block out for 100. I'm not sure if this is a bluff or for a little bit of protection / value. I think you just get called by everything that's better than yours, and Saya deciding to turn her hand into a bluff.
750.
And Ludo with just king high, gonna give it up. You lose to a
Saya,
lot of Saya's
Let's
bluffs.
just focus on Layla's step. He's the only one can save us.
That might be true on some level.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's 100% true.
but I play better than you guys.
Yeah, but
So your hope is gone.
But you're a little.
Hope is gone.
You play. I mean, you play trash hand like us too sometimes.
So if you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe
Like a fish.
to help us bring you this high-level poker content week in and week out.
Fold. Fold.
Everybody else play good hands. You can-
150. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Wasted.
Let's go.
Day one exit.
Very fast, day one.
Same for me.
You?
Yes, same.
Check. 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 250.
Sorry.
Fold. Thank you so much.
So correctly identifying the origin of that bet, where it's a blocker bet, he's typically in that situation betting a 10 for value, maybe third pair for value, just a tiny sizing, and Saya realizing with her fourth pair that she's probably not good, but at the same time Ludo probably doesn't have that great of a hand himself, so she decides to turn bottom pair into a bluff. She blocks a lot of the full house combinations, the 7-8, which is a straight. And if you're going to take a spot like that, I think that's a perfect hand to do it with. It looks like you're behind when he bets 1/3 pot on the river, so
Cool.
assuming that you can discount a lot of the top trips in his hand, a lot of the stronger 10s in his hand, then you can really just raise relentlessly and make Ludo's range melt in that situation. So even though she was bluffing with the best hand, I like the raise on the river just because of how
Chuck.
medium value-y his hand looks like when he bets 1/3 pot on the end.
Go.
Check. 200.
Joe with 3 5s, betting 2/3 the size of the pot. Not looking like he's going to get much action from the field, though.
Raise. 900.
Oh, excuse me, Saya also has a 5. So more action than he expected, I'm sure. And he must be feeling very confident about his King 5. He beats almost all other 5x except for Ace 5. Saya must feel pretty confident about her 5 as well, feeling that if Joe has a 5 himself, it's most likely going to be accompanied by a 6 or a 7, a 4, maybe sometimes an ace, and at some low frequency a king. But as we see here, he's got her absolutely dominated.
4,000.
And Saya going for a 2x pot overbet now. And Joe just being overbet into twice already in the first hour and a half of this show. And even with a hand like trip 5s, you're not feeling entirely that comfortable versus this kind of sizing. Saya's representing a monster with this kind of bet. A straight, a full house, and Joe just decides to rip it all in. Saying, I'm not getting away from it. He's saying that you could have some hard draws yourself, you can have some straight draws plus hard draws and other 5s. I don't know if you're going to find a fold here. And now Saya kind of boxing herself into a corner where that value hand that she's representing has turned into somewhat of a bluff catcher.
About 12.
And so 12,125 more for Saya to make this call. Would Joe be doing this with a hand like Jack 10 of hearts? Would he be doing this with a hand like Ace 6 of hearts? Would he ever find bluffs versus Saya's massive overbet on the turn? It's very difficult to raise an overbet and be balanced in terms of value and bluffs. And if Joe's got a value hand, Saya's 5 is just in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
And this is the danger when you start mixing in overbets, is you find yourself in these difficult spots where you're getting a good price now to call it off. But when you break down the range of hands that Joe is likely to have, he's probably not going to be bluff heavy on this paired board. Because if he jammed with a hand like Ace 6 of hearts or Jack 10 of hearts, if Saya just wakes up with pocket 8s, he's just dead. Joe's representing a straight or hand like King 5, Ace 5, and full houses, so
10 seconds.
Against that range of hands, your 10-5 on this board is just really shriveling up to a fairly weak bluff catcher, and she finds the call. Very difficult to fold trips, and Joe running pure in this game.
Right, running it twice.
And so Joe buying in for $6,000 at the beginning of the show.
I'm better than some kickers, but I can't beat ace-5.
$36,000 in the pot. Looking for a 10 or a board pair to chop, ace on the river. So Joe is going to scoop the first one. Saya looking for a 10 to win, a 9 or an 8 to chop, and an 8 on the river. So she's going to get quartered in this pot.
I don't know.
Count your chips. Count your chips.
Yes, that's 7, 9.
And Joe going to take about $27,000 of the 36 grand in the middle when the dust settles. So Joe raking in a near $9,000 profit in the hand. Saya and Joe just battling back and forth. And Joe getting the better of her thus far in the show, up about $20,000 in just over an hour since the show began.
11,750.
Yeah, it's 58.75. 58.75.
58.75.
Okay.
Certainly no Joe Schmo today. Running pure, playing well, finding his spots and finding a jam.
75.
When he identifies that he's not folding the river, so if he's coolered, he might as well get it in. Saya's certainly capable of finding bluffs, so with a hand like King 5 on that kind of a board, you have to protect your hand against the potential heart draws she could have. A hand like Jack 10 of hearts, Ace 6 of hearts, which she is more than capable of finding a way to navigate herself to the river at that point.
Bottom board. $10,005?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And bomb pot players.
Casper, are you in the bomb pot?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
It's 100 only.
Did you guys take 100?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
In spades, king of clubs, 8 of hearts on top. Check.
Go.
Check. Check.
In that hand, almost as spicy as our sponsor today, Habbo Hot Sauce.
300.
Check out their website, use the promo code LATB for 25% off. Some of the most premium hot sauce you'll ever find.
Fold. Call. Fold. 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 3 players. Eight of diamonds. Check. Bet. 775. Call. Call. Heads up. Jack of diamonds. Check.
All in?
All in.
How much is that, Casper?
375.
3,375. I'm just hoping you don't have king X of hearts. 3,375.
Call.
Chop it up.
Chop it.
I'll just do some on the bottom of the fold. Yeah, too strong.
So Casper with trips on the top, quads on the top, Joe with top pair on the bottom. Seems like it's a fair fight. Chopping it up.
Hmm? Yeah, exactly. No, you have to jam, of course. That's a must.
Save. Thank you very much.
Cut it up.
Yeah.
Way too many long blocks to fold that hand.
Thank you, boss.
Played quite a few. Unfortunately. Don't put my hand there. If you have king something in hearts, then I just lose.
Fold. Raise 150. Fold. Call. Raise. 600. Fold.
Ling ace-jack suited, Casper with ace-jack off, and Ludo getting a little impatient with queen-7 suited. Saya
Re-raise. 1600.
gonna come through with a cold 4-bet with pocket nines. I like it. Casper caught between a rock and a hard place, and Ludo lamenting his decision to 3-bet the speculative hand. He's got position, he's got a pretty good price to see a flop. But Saya's hand looks very strong, cold 4-betting.
Re-raise.
And Ludo going with his gut. 5-betting at 4,100 to go, effectively committing his stack. And unless Saya suspects he's up to something, this should work out.
Adding 10.
This line maybe even looks stronger than if Ludo were to jam all in, because a lot of the time when players put in about 40% of their stack, they're not folding to a gem themselves, so people usually take this kind of line with a hand like aces or kings. And in this situation, we see Ludo has the computer hand. Queen 7, 5-bet bluffing like a boss.
Fold.
And getting it through, Ludo. Well done from the French international in seed 1. Finding the rare 5-bet bluff against one of the most feared cash game players in Los Angeles. So as always, our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by True Classics. Get a 25% off when you use the promo code LATB. The VPips, Ling leading the way. Saya coming in right alongside her. Joe crushing this game in the early stages, an hour and 20 minutes in, already up $21,000. And Saya, the one who he has taken the most money from, in the red, nearly 20 grand so far. Joe rocking a 38% VPIP, L 35. And Ludo in the low 30s as well. Once again, thank you guys for joining us for this beautiful Thursday edition of 2550 on Live at the Bike. It's hot outside, but the action pales. The action measures up to the heat outside because this has been a pretty wild game so far. We've seen 5-bet bluffs. We've seen 2x pot turn bets be shoved into, and a few coolers early on. This is some really entertaining poker on the felt. Believe you me, I am excited to see what the rest of this show holds.
Heads up.
How much you doing? I want to say close to 5. I started with close to 5.
Oh, you started with 5?
Yeah, I started a hand close to 5.
高手。那不光是紧，那是厉害。哦，这个是紧握的。对。
So Casper now betting a second pair for a little bit of value and protection.
短了点，没那么强。那倒是。那都是高手。就跟你说，咱们3个人猜猜做是最差的。
起码 Aaron 有意见。Aaron 为啥呀 ？Aaron 咋说呀？他浪。对。哎，教授，你这么素质。
这儿，这儿。
啊。马上。
We're doing the straddle this round, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Perfect. About time.
About time.
Take it.
Oh,
sorry. Kind of close.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Hold, hold. Hold, hold. Hold. 300.
And the club's exposed.
I would have but then it's pointless. That's not bad either.
Maybe the way I'm running it comes ace 3-3.
Hold. 1,000. Hold. Hold.
Ludo opening up with a pair of sixes. Saya coming after him with Jack-9 suited and Ling with suited Ace-King. Cold 4-betting out of the small blind.
Heads up.
Ludo getting out of the way and Saya speculating in position. Ling top on King 4-5. Backdoor flush draw as well for her and a whole load of nothing for Saya. Starting with a 1/3 pot sizing and Saya, nothing to do here but get out of the way. Ling, 4K profit from that 4-bet pot. And the table getting a lot quieter than earlier after seeing all those fireworks take place throughout the past hour and a half.
So cold. I'm freezing, man. Freezing.
It'll get hot quick and then it'll get cold. And then the air comes out right there and right there, so those two seats fill at the most. 300.
Yeah, they really go hard with the air conditioning here during this heat wave. Very chilly inside of the beautiful Park West Hotel and Casino. Management hears this, you know what to do. Saya getting Ace-King herself now, 3-betting it up. She's been very active so far, so her Ace-King is going to be worth a lot more than someone who's not been as active as her and hasn't created as aggressive of an image, but on that 10 high monotone board, Ace-King red is going to have very little value.
They run small, do they?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take one. You're gonna get it? Thanks.
Button move.
Thank you.
It has a hoodie, right?
That's
a great one. Yeah, I want it.
But she's going to continue, and Yen's going to fold her mystery hand.
Your rudder? You like this one?
Kind of cold. Can you turn the temperature a
That's because I'm moving as well.
67? Wow.
68 is good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Are we doing one round of throttle?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I put a
No, we're gonna die here. No,
Yeah,
I would die.
I don't know if I started.
Doesn't work because
67, that's crazy.
67
yeah,
is too
please.
much, but 68 is perfect. Seriously, because that light is making a lot of.
300. Fold.
Freezing die.
Fold. Fold. Call. Call. 3 player.
一点都不专心的。这是他家开的。
Check. Check.
So yeah, and hitting top pair and a couple of gutter balls here for Saya and Casper. Casper with 2 overs and the gutter ball to the ace high straight. Saya with an over and an under. Gutter ball to the queen high straight. Yeah, and with a pretty clean continue with her top pair. 2,500 in the middle and the king of spades on the turn. Giving Casper the nut straight, although the front door flush did come in. Saya now with an open-ended straight draw and position. It doesn't look like either of these two players seem to be too interested in this pot at this point in time.
Check around.
But she decides to play position and checks it back. Now Casper with the nut straight on this 3 flush board. Let's see if he wants to lead out into the field and try to get hero called by a hand like Jack X or maybe some non-believing stuff in the middle there.
10 seconds.
Nice little triple cam here as well. Well done from the guys in the back.
Check.
Showcasing all 3 players' emotions, or lack thereof, I should say. Now Saya getting checked to twice. I don't think she's going to check back her queen high. So Saya nearly a pot-sized river bet, and Casper sitting here with a pretty clean bluff catcher. Her line doesn't look too strong when she checks back that turn, and a lot of the hands that she's representing here, you now beat. Hands like King Jack, King 10, as well as the plethora of bluffs that she'd find. And Casper, bluff catching very effectively here, getting maximum value by checking twice and inducing a bluff on the river. And Saya, once again, on the receiving end of a fairly difficult spot where I do believe the best play there is to find a bluff, but unfortunately running into the nut straight of the friendly ghost, sitting in seat number 8.
Hold 300. Hold. 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 Call. Check. 450. Hold. Take it.
Adding on another 20.
Okay. Saya, add 20. Copy that. Raise 300. Copy out. Fold. Fold. 11. Did you copy that before? Saya, add 20.
Ludo opening up the suited, wheel ace on the button. Yen getting after it with queen 9 suited. And on this deuce, deuce 9 flop, Yen flopping range advantage, top pair, good kicker. She also has the aggression lead, so I think she's going to put more money into this pot. Where the hand is vulnerable as top pair on this board.
750.
Ludo might proceed through a call here. He's got a cool couple of backdoor draws. He's got position, and ace high could certainly still be good against Yen's 3-betting out of the small blind range. If she's 3-betting hands like queen 9 suited, she's going to have some queen 10, queen jack, jack 10, a lot of different bluffs that she can have. And the ace on the turn, great for Yen's range, but certainly improves Ludo's hand. I could see this going check, small bet, check, check, and Ludo deciding to be a little trappy here. Rivering the effective nuts here. Beating all hands that Yen would now check 2 streets. So now Ludo going to try to target hands like kings, queens, jacks, or any 9x that Yen might have. Let's defer to Ludo and see what sizing he picks.
17.
So about 45% pot on the river, and with a full house, it's pretty difficult to get away here, and Yen deciding that her hand's just too strong to fold, especially when Ludo checks back the flop.
he ordered like food like 2 hours.
You already ordered it? They never brought it?
Long time.
They're bringing you from Northridge.
Ace 4 certainly a prime candidate to check back that turn. Try to keep your bluff catching range intact if in fact your opponent's gonna check the turn and blast off on the river. If you always bet an ace, you just don't have enough hands to call down with. And Ludo identifying that this is certainly one of the hands that can fit directly into that weakish top pair bluff catch category. Rivering full house, going for value. Well played from, I believe, both of these players in that hand.
9.
Yeah.
Mine?
Popular.
Which one?
Protected.
5 of diamonds, king of hearts, both. Full. Oh,
Because he saw it.
saw them.
Yeah,
so
he saw it.
Made it fair.
Oh. How's up?
And if you want a little tip in terms of getting better, pay attention to this game, because there's a lot of 3-betting in position, a lot of aggressive play. You could certainly pick a few more strong hands than the field have been using. For example, King 9 offsuit might not be the best play to enter through aggression, but there's a lot of opportunities to, 1, take the aggression lead, 2, establish range advantage, and play in position. And when you have those 3 working against a capped range, where they're going to be checking to you a lot and playing defensive poker, these are certainly the times that you want to be aggressive.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about whatever sound that is. That's very unflattering for all of us here.
Yeah.
Especially when you have earphones that pick up everything as well as mine do.
Hey Jeff, when you get a chance, you think you can get me a black jack of spades? I have to go start commentating right now? Yeah.
As I was saying, if you want to get better at poker, focus on these 3 things.
Is that medium or large?
It's been a while, I guess. I never came.
Medium.
Small.
Server, a girl.
First one, you want to play with the aggression lead, meaning that you typically would like to 3-bet more, enter the pot aggressively, which will allow you to have these other 2 things going forward. And the next one is going to be range advantage, meaning that when you 3-bet and get called on a lot of ace high, king high, or queen high boards, you get to barrel off very effectively, as you can represent all of that top pair, top kicker, the over pairs, the strongest pairs on those boards. And the last thing is you want to play in position. Position is extremely important and one of the most overlooked parts in this game. Being able to dictate when the money goes in, have the last bluffing opportunity or the last value betting opportunity is sometimes worth more than the exact strength of your hand. So remember those 3 things: range advantage, positional edge, and aggression lead, and you should do pretty fine in your local 2-5 or 5-10 games. And speaking of, we got a 3-bet pot here, Ling with pocket 10s, Casper flatting with ace king offsuit. And a 7-high board, gonna feel very comfortable for pocket 10s here. And with a hand like 10s, there's a lot more incentive to protect your hand, as opposed to if she had a hand like pocket aces, where, you know, not a lot of overcards are gonna affect the direct strength of her hand. With pocket 10s, you really want to put in some money on even these kind of boards, because any jack, queen, king, or ace can certainly downgrade you to second best. And so as you see here, with the overpair, only retaining about 62% equity against these 2 players. So if you can fold out all that equity with a continuation bet, it will certainly pay dividends long term, as opposed to if you had a hand like pocket aces and, you know, someone woke up with king queen and jack 10, you wouldn't really mind them catching that inferior top pair. So
Special Saya's on monkey too right now. Saya, if you shove, I have to call you.
Really?
Yeah.
Good thing I didn't shove then.
Because I see you now, I see myself. One.
You beat Jacks? I folded Jacks.
Yeah, right. Come on, make up something
Marvin,
believable. Wow.
you get a card for this?
I started it.
He started.
Oh, you started?
That was the start.
As
It's okay.
Black Jack of Spades.
But that board looks like your, like that flop looks like your flop,
Fold.
right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Fold. Fold. 200. Fold. Call.
Aces here for KGB and a little bit too much of this board for him. Top set. Ling gonna tag along with her gutty.
4.
4. 4. 400. Fold.
And get a quick fold from Ling. Tough for hands to continue when you block all the top pairs. You're hoping that Ling has a flush draw or maybe a non-believing 10 most of the time. So once again, my name is Ryguy, 26-year-old from Toronto, Canada. High-stakes poker player, sports broadcaster from my home country. The true north, strong and free. And if you guys have any questions you want to discuss, toss them in the chat. Let's get some more dialogue flowing through this stream. Gonna try to balance my talk, defer to the table, but as we've seen, this action's heated up. The tension has certainly grown throughout the room, so not a ton of table talk to be had.
You can change your machine?
No, the machine won't be calibrated for it. They don't fit
Right.
Check.
Check.
King.
Check. Take it.
And Rustin Friedman asking what table he can catch me at the bike. Usually the 5-10 game, or you can catch me on this live stream game. Typically playing at least once a week when I'm down here.
So
and
you can't win this bump.
hosting the new Tuesday show coming up.
Everyone.
10:20 Tuesday. Should allow for some more exciting personalities to enter the chat.
The pressure is on.
More player pool to enter the game because of the lower stakes. And it's going to be exciting. We're going to encourage the players to have 2 drinks before the game starts.
Of course it counts. You want to scoop? It's hard to
Pick up the energy.
I was just making sure. I just wanted to.
And if that's something that excites you, leave a comment in the chat because I think it's going to be absolute fire. The lineups are looking good. I won't spoil any of them for next Tuesday, but I'm certainly excited for our special guests coming in for the first edition of 10:20 Tuesday.
She put the fear god in me.
Fold, fold. Oh my king 5 card.
What the hell? This king right there. Look up something.
3-5. It's down. Check.
I hope you're happy.
600.
I'm very happy.
Call. Man down.
I'm just gonna check, I guess.
So Ling checking back bottom boat, and Casper gonna benefit off the chop here.
Thought it's a good river.
Or excuse me, Saya.
I'm shocked you don't bet this.
You can go in. Saya, I don't know. Saya,
Well, I had made up my mind. Whatever Saya does, I'm calling on the river. So I'm leaving it up there.
you go in. Saya could probably have the ball.
She has a
Full
must
house.
call.
She has a monster
She's
too,
must call.
on the bottom.
Full house. Wow.
Actually, I don't know if it's a must call.
And a big shout out to Mitch from the old TPTS days. One of the local clubs around Toronto.
Bonus days.
One of the most entertaining guys to play with back in my 1-3 days, which was only about 2 years ago.
Or no?
Hopefully we can catch up soon, Mitch.
You think it's must call? You think it's must call?
Well, that's that. I don't know. I know nothing about bomb house.
Either way, I think she's probably making the call on the river.
I didn't like the run out at all.
Yeah,
You
of
didn't?
course.
No way. That run out is really bad for her.
When you only have one board, it's a tough call.
Yeah.
But I would call a big bet.
Right,
I would have
right.
still called. I'm just saying I don't
I'm
like
not like
it, but I'm
40,000
still
deep.
gonna. I'm still not gonna fold.
Yeah, I'm saying if he goes all in.
Yeah, I'm not 40,000 deep for her to think.
Why would he go all in? He doesn't even want me to fold.
Right.
Thank you.
He doesn't want you.
He doesn't know I have a pocket deuces.
Makes sense.
I have no idea how to play bump out, so.
I don't think there is a way to play bump.
Almost so.
So difficult.
Was so. What did you hand it? Remember when? In Jay's that time. Remember Jay's with me?
I had a set on the top. I misplayed it.
You did have
Yeah.
Flop the set?
I misplayed it really bad.
Yeah, that one really bad.
Yeah.
You would have chopped.
That was like for sure when I worst misplayed on bomb pots.
Yeah.
Ling doing
I was
nothing
happy to do it.
Totally.
to
Yeah, I'm supposed
calm
to
Joe's
just
upset.
I almost thought I
I
was
messed
scooping,
up.
honestly.
Yeah, I
That
messed
one
up.
was really
Yeah, that looks like you could easily
Yeah,
scoop
I totally
for
missed.
sure.
Yeah, with that last king on the river on the
Yeah.
bottom board.
There was a flush on the top, huh?
Yeah, the flush got there on the river. Nine diamonds.
Where's your food? You trying to get new order?
New order?
Yeah.
What time is it now?
No, she told us that later.
Now he has to order dinner instead of lunch.
He's gonna pass out.
It's in between now.
Or something quick. Yeah, it's very quick. Oh, that restaurant is good. This restaurant is good.
We should have made money on that pot, no? Both of us. We should have both made money
Yeah,
on
you made
that pot,
something.
right?
Guaranteed
Saying
it's
that.
a bump pot, everybody has a
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why. Did you give me any blacks, Mike? Maybe I'm tripping out. I thought I only got this.
Yeah,
guy.
it's still
I was
even.
okay, cool.
I wasn't watching.
Yeah.
Check. Check.
Fun's right, Mike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll straddle anyway.
Straddle.
Did you order?
Yeah. Oxford.
Yeah.
No.
See you in a couple hours.
What did you order?
He didn't hear me.
Oxford.
He didn't hear me.
You say you're very
But
hungry.
it wasn't her either.
No, I
You
was
put
Now it's
trying to
3
needle him a
o'clock.
little bit.
Dinner is 6.
I was trying to needle him a little
So
bit.
pissed off.
After he ordered, I said, see you in a couple hours to the
Uh-oh.
waitress.
That was on
Huh?
tilt.
After he ordered, I said, see you in a couple hours. I was trying to
No,
needle.
this one probably is gonna get it. That, yeah, that's so easy.
I'm not even that hungry anymore.
It passes, right, after time? Yeah.
125.
She said she was trying to help you save money.
What time is it?
Skip the one.
I think around 3:30, but I have no idea.
3:10. Or till the game.
10 past what game? No, it's
Rams game.
Oh, yeah. 5:30.
5:30 or 4:30?
I think 5:30.
Okay.
That soup is good, actually.
Yeah, really good.
Fold. 150. Fold. Call. Call. Fold. Fold. Call. Four flat. Check. 300. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Can you break one of these, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like a really good game today, right? It's the Bills.
Yeah, it's the Bills
Yeah.
versus Buffalo.
Yeah.
First game of the season.
Oh, NFL
Yeah.
already started?
Today.
Today?
Today's the first one.
Did you guys bet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't forget. Just keep it.
Yeah, no worries, Mike.
How much? 500?
No. No.
Sorry. Fold.
No, 500.
Is it like laughable, like way more?
Yeah,
I
I know.
can't tell which way
way
it's
more,
going.
way less. Yeah.
This is a good bluff.
I
It's
was-
more than 500.
Oh,
okay.
because I was
I had a
gonna
very bad
ask.
read because I had no idea what was going on.
I have no idea.
Why do you give me these ones, bro?
Take it.
Sure. You weren't bet shaming me. You could say less. It doesn't matter. I just didn't.
No.
I had no read on the way you answered. I was like, it could be 100. It could be 1,000.
Could it be 50 or 2,000?
Sure,
by
sure.
day?
Could have been $1.
Grab. 300. Pull. Fold. Fold. Call. Call. Fold. Call. Four plus. Check.
So KGB hitting top pair on King 10 Deuce Rainbow.
Check around.
Joe with third pair with his pocket nines.
11.
And gonna lead out into the field for a nearly pot-sized bet and gonna get no action from the players involved.
Here, right? Or a
They're playing here.
Trying to figure out where the traffic is gonna be. Oh, there
On
we
the
go.
other side, right? Where the SoFi season is.
Yeah.
Fold. Fold.
That is which way you're going.
So if you haven't already,
I'm
make
going
sure
north.
you hit
I'm
that
going
like and subscribe button.
I'm going north too.
Leave some questions in the chat and we'll create some dialogue. Always happy to chat with some fans of the show and get some interesting topics addressed. Ludo opening up King Queen offsuit from under the gun +2.
7.
And L, who's been fairly quiet thus far in this game, finding a 3-bet to $700 with Ace King off. And let's see if Ludo wants to speculate with a dominated hand.
Call.
Ludo looking for a queen, L looking for a king or an ace. Ace high board monotone. L with the king of clubs in hand as well. Ludo might get himself in a little bit of trouble here now. And L, I like the check here, protecting his range. He's got top pair, he's got the nut flush draw as well, but Ludo as a whole is going to have more flushes than L will in this spot. And Ludo going to take the bait. Firing out for $900. About 2/3 the size of the pot. L going absolutely nowhere. I think we have a pure call here. Try to leave the door open for more bluffs that Ludo can have, and L agrees. 9 of spades on the turn, bringing in some 6, 7, and some 2 pairs that Ludo might have, but L's got a stranglehold on this hand. Top pair, top kicker with the nut flush draw. Check, check on the turn. And ace on the river. L's hand now beats hands like 9-8 or 8-5, but still relatively the same kind of strength. And I think one more check looks pretty good here, or a small blocker bet. And so L gonna go for a small block, trying to target hands like 10s or jacks, maybe a non-believing 9 or an 8, but gonna get a snap fold from Ludo with just king high. I like those kind of hands as check calls because it allows you to have some really good bluff catchers in your range, and if the board changes with a club in your hand, you certainly can get players to blast off and value on themselves. For example, with a hand like the queen of clubs or the jack of clubs, and if he's got a hand like, let's say, jack 10 of hearts, he's really drawing to very little equity against your hand, so when that club comes out, you can use it as a pretty pure bluff catcher, and when the board runs out fairly clean, as we saw there, again, same thing. So Ludo jumping back in the pot with a suited wheel ace. Saya, queen 10 suited. Gonna 3-bet this one up. And a lot of 3-betting done in this game. 3 ways to a flop. Comes down 9-6-3 monotone yet again. Clovers are very cheap to come by in this one. Joe with just ace high with an 81% chance to win this by the river if he doesn't fold, and the jack on the turn that gives Saya an open-ended straight draw on this monotone board. Now Joe leading out for about a half pot size bet into the field. Ludo bouncing out of the way very quickly. Now Saya can decide if she wants to speculate. She's got good removal to some Jack X combos that Joe can have, meaning that she blocks Queen Jack of diamonds, Jack 10 of diamonds. She has position, she has an open-ended draw on a 3-club board. But she can also rep hands like a flush when it comes in, assuming that Joe would bet a lot of his good flush draws on the flop. We see here that he has the nut flush. And he decides to continue to bet it for value. Saya rivering a straight. And she might level herself into the call because of the pre-flop action where Joe checked it over. So what kind of hands can he be betting for value? Did he flop the flush? Did he decide to check it over with the ace-high flush draw? Both seem fairly unlikely to me, and I'm sure that's what Saya's racking her brain about, but finds the correct fold after a few short moments of consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joe up $23,000 in the first 2 hours of the show. KGB getting a little stretch.
You play piano?
What?
I kind of know how to play it.
Does he have piano here?
No. Do you? You play piano?
Trying to learn.
Oh. I mean, I play it sometimes, but yeah.
So complicated.
PLO, for those of you who are unaware of it, is Pot Limit Omaha. And it's effectively poker on drugs, or poker on steroids. You got 4 cards instead of 2.
I played a lot of the double board bomb puppy.
Oh, yeah.
That's fun.
Which means you just hit the board a lot more aggressively. Certainly one of the most fun games to play. If you haven't tried it,
Normal feel, I find it kind of boring.
go check it out at your local casino.
Yeah, a little.
But just be ready for some very aggressive swings.
Go, 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 go,
I mean,
go.
I guess it just depends on players, but the games I've played recently is just been
Go, go, go.
yeah.
Ace high. Nice.
Thank you.
Told you. Good hand. Cannot lose much.
Yeah.
So Bally Predictor game, play, predict, win. Scan the barcode up there and guess what's going to happen in this Friday edition. We got Garrett rolling through. We got Bill Klein in the building. And the mad genius Eric Hicks himself will be here, the owner of Lunacycle.
Changes all the time.
My check.
And our leaderboard brought to you by True Classics. Get 25% off when you use the promo code LATB. Joe, 22K in the green. Saya, 22K. 27K in the red.
How about round of double straddle? Round of straddle is nothing new.
Round of all in.
Round of double straddle, round of all in. Saya trying to dig her way out of this hole.
That would be fun.
Knocking the double straddle on. KGB limping in with king queen off.
Round of flip.
Yeah, that's it.
All in flip.
German wanted to raise, huh?
They need triple round of standby.
Check.
Who wanted to raise me?
I think so.
No.
No?
Why would I raise?
Yeah.
Check. Check.
I don't want to raise nobody.
Ludo with middle pair and a flush draw. Yan with top 2 pair. KGB with a couple of overs and a gutter ball. 6 of clubs on the turn. Saya now turning a sneaky double gutter. Ludo leading out into the field with his second pair. Good kicker, flush draw. Saya now in a weird spot. She's got a gutter ball to a jack. She's got a gutter ball to a 7. She blocks 7-8. She's gonna put in the flop. Excuse me, the turn 3-bet bluff. The rare turn 3-bet bluff. Ludo now kind of put in a miserable spot. He's got some showdown value. He's got to believe his 9 isn't live. And the question he should be asking himself is my flush draw even live at this point? Saya representing that straight that came in on the turn. She has blocker properties to it. She also has that queen of diamonds and position, so it's reasonable to assume that she might represent the flush when it comes through. I think if Ludo calls here, Yen might just rip it all in. She only really loses to sets and straights.
All in.
All in.
And ripping it all in. Understanding that she's not going to find a fold if the river bricks off, so you might as well charge those draws that a player like Saya will have. And gets it through, folds out the equity, gets rid of her positional advantage, and takes down a nearly $4,000 pot with a 4-bet turn shove with top 2 pair.
I don't want to see a river.
I know you don't. You tend to join, huh?
Too many things up
Fold.
there.
Fold. Fold, fold. Fold.
I was telling you earlier, finalized my trip to with the family to the Far East next year. I'm very excited. We haven't been on vacation since COVID, at least a long one.
Yeah, it's been.
Starting in Singapore and ending in Tokyo with a few, like, yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah.
But
Heads up.
it's going to be bad weather. It's in July.
Oh.
So hot.
Next year.
Yeah.
Check. Check. Bet 100. Fold. Straddle. Fold. 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 Raise. 350. Fold.
KGB, why do you make the carve here? You just like a habit? Or?
Again?
Why do you make the carve here instead of over there? I'm just curious.
Okay. No, this mug is there, so usually we put the mug down there.
The mug's right here.
No comments on that part.
What did you say? Schmuck is right here? What is
Muck is right here.
That's what he said. I didn't say anything.
That's what I said.
I said muck is down there, so I push cards down there in the muck. So
Too boring.
and he's saying something about his own head. I have no comments.
I thought we should play kitty.
Fold, fold.
Yeah, do something.
Kitty.
I'm fine with
game
kitty,
is
sure.
fun.
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay, sure.
50?
Wow.
Fold.
50 each?
25.
I think 25 is good.
25, okay.
No, 100 each.
No
Wow,
matter
come on,
no
guys.
matter the number we would have said.
50.
It would-
Hold on. Okay, let's get a middle number.
Okay, quarter is nothing. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do a quarter.
I agree.
50 is good.
Call. Raise. 600.
KGB limping in with ace king offsuit out of the big blind. L attacking out of the first straddle. Ling Ling with the call with the hand that she should probably be doubling down with. KGB with blackjack. I think we're gonna see more money get put in here. It's a KGB special. The limp raise coming.
Three raise. 3,000. 3.
And KGB putting in over half his stack. Let's see if L wants to gamble or just concede the pot versus a very tight and strong range of KGB in this situation.
10 seconds. Fold. Fold.
And KGB's limp raise works out to perfection. $1,200 heading in his direction without even seeing a flop.
Yeah.
Who put it on the button?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, not everybody put a 50?
Every button.
No, it's every
Everybody.
Button.
25?
That's good.
25 or 50?
50.
50.
$50 kitty game officially on.
So $50 kitty game
Yeah, I don't
officially
think-
on, as announced by one of the best
It'll be fun.
dealers in the business,
think.
pitching the cards in the
Asking,
middle.
I'm not saying no, I'm saying how much.
Meaning that every time that you are on the button, you put $50, and the only person that can win that money is going to be in the small blind. So the first person's going to put $50, the
So
next
only small
person's going to
blind
put
can win.
another 50
Yes,
on
only I
top of
can
the
win
50.
50 bucks, yeah.
And so the small blind is the only
Great.
person that gets to win the $50.
It's gonna grow, so maybe 1,000 or something.
Fold.
And so it only can be won by the small blind, meaning that if it goes 10 rounds without someone winning, there would be $500
First have
on
to
the
raise,
button for the
and
small
here I
blind
come.
to win.
You raise
And it
first
creates a
hand in
ton of action in
24
this
bits,
game from
right?
some unorthodox hands that
And
you
then
wouldn't
moved
expect
over.
to see out of the
That's
small
more fun,
blind.
right? I know. I decided you cannot have anything good, even you pretend you got it.
What did you have?
I got you beat, but I didn't have aces or kings, so I would never do that. I got hand I don't want to see a flop with. That's exactly what it is.
Check.
I moved in with aces or something, no way.
Flop bet with 400. 1500. Call.
And so Joe here with pocket threes on a board that's just going to favor Saya's range. And this pot's ballooned to $5,000. Saya with ace high on this paired board. The backdoor flush coming through.
Small pair.
4 to a straight, and Saya is going to concede the pot to Joe. Joe running very hot, playing well and dodging bullets.
I do not expect that.
What is that next hand? Bump pot?
I do have spade in my hand.
Bump pot? Okay, I'll pay my own. So.
The button.
You cannot
button will
win.
stay.
You cannot
have to
win
put
it
50.
anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna put it
I'll
on
put
the
it.
next hand.
Yeah, I'll put
Because
it. I'll
this
put
one,
it.
no one
but
can
you
win the kitty.
you cannot win it anyway.
Not on the bomb pot.
Bump pot you cannot win it.
Correct.
Sorry.
Correct.
No problem. I put it in, but yeah, you cannot win it anyway. So
You can still put it in. Nobody can take it.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did? Oh,
Yep.
okay, good.
Oh yeah, and if you forget, you usually have to pay double, but I don't know if we're doing that.
No, somebody on the line. Easy to forget.
So I got a nice question coming here in from Squirtle, asking about what the most common mistakes among newer players are, saying he's trying to make a little side hustle, playing in the 2-3 streets,
I thought if you don't win, I can't win. Now I realize no.
and is looking for good ways to improve.
No matter what I
Got it.
I cannot win.
9, all hearts. Check.
I would say in these low stakes games to 3-bet more, play in position, and try to put people in difficult spots. When you come to a point where you can continue through aggression or check and it's a tight spot, you should typically continue to bet.
Raise.
When someone's betting into you at a higher rate, you should probably find a few more folds because people aren't bluffing as much as they should be in these lower stakes games. And they're also calling too much. So when you're able to apply aggression over multiple streets, you're going to be able to win. Play better hands than they are. Try to make top pair and hope that they make an inferior top pair and go for stacks.
Fold.
Don't be results oriented, and also just understand that this game is a process
Say again.
and work
Nice.
every
Nice.
time you can to
I just-
improve the
Jack, no
outcome that
kicker,
you're
like,
looking
just
for. I
don't
hope that
wanna-
helps you
You know what I mean? Like next bet is 2,500.
in your next 2-3 session. The 3 most important things in poker are position, the aggression lead, and positional advantage, or excuse me, range advantage. So if you follow those 3 concepts as you go forward in your poker career, you should be able to excel as long as you hold those 3 things heading into pots for the majority of the time.
Fold. 300. Fold. Fold. Thank you. Fold, fold. Call. Heads up. Check. 200. Call. Check.
So Ludo, 5-3 of clubs worked out for him pretty well earlier against Joe. This time, gonna take it down as well. 5 high. Last time he had trip 3s. This time 5 high, pulling off the bluff against ace high.
50 kitty game.
What?
Ludo's been playing very well today.
If no small blind wins it in 1 round, it's $500.
What happened now?
Pulling off a nice
What?
5-bet bluff earlier against Saya, who's just been put in miserable spot after miserable spot throughout the entirety of the matchup.
Yeah.
Doing already?
Yeah, doing a $50 kitty game.
$50?
50. Every button puts 50, and only the small blind can win it.
And if they don't, the person gets that.
Next
And once again, we hate
no,
to beg for
next button
likes,
puts
but
50. Just keeps going.
you know, if you guys enjoy this free content,
We can
make
do
sure you hit
different
the
ways
like
as
and
well.
subscribe button.
If somebody wins it, everybody put $25 and only $25 add in. That's better.
If somebody wins it,
Oh yeah, I like that.
Huh?
I like that.
It's much better, yeah. If somebody wins it, everyone puts 25.
Thank you.
on the button.
Yes.
To reset.
To reset, to put 25 each, but I think only
So that it
25.
builds up quicker.
Yeah, after that, only quarter
After that,
adds.
only quarter.
Yeah.
Silva in the chat saying
Whatever.
not many
No,
3
no,
or
it
4
doesn't
bets. I
matter,
think
but
he
that's
must be
much
watching the
better
wrong
idea.
stream because
More
the
money
pre-flop
on the
action
button,
has been
so more
absolutely
money to
off
fight
the
for.
charts.
It's up to you guys. So whatever you want.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Okay, so whoever wins, we add 25 each. If she wins now, or she folds, okay.
So Saya putting in the 3-bet with ace-8 off. L 4-betting with ace-king, and not a whole lot for Ling to do except concede the pot.
Okej.
Невозможно.
Невозможно.
Невозможно с тобой иметь дело.
$200 невозможно.
Может, пополам было или что-то.
Okay, you got it. Договорились.
You have to remind everybody.
Они знают, не волнуйся.
Oh, I know. Well, this I know.
Fold. 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 You get it yet? Raise the 300. Fold. 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 And fold. Fold move. Thank you. Alright, no straddle this time. Fold. Raise. 150. Fold. Fold. Raise. 650. Fold. Fold. Thank you. Fold.
So Saya opening it up with king-6 suited. Ling 3-betting with ace-queen off. To a small sizing, 650 over the $350 open, I believe.
1800.
And Saya
1800.
gonna put in the 4-bet bluff. She's got king-6 of clubs. Now Ling, she has position. She's got ace-queen offsuit, which can certainly be dominated by a lot of the value hands that Saya would be 4-betting. But as we saw, Saya's got the king high with a 6 on the end.
Oh. Yeah. Can I order 2, please?
So Ling and Saya, these two are friends off the table, but they certainly battle when they're on the table alongside one another.
Flo, do you know what time is it? Flo, what time is it?
Both players brick very hard on a pretty neutral board. Saya's going to have more of the overpairs. Ling has position and ace high, which is the best hand at this point. Saya also has that 6 of clubs, which makes a few nice backdoor draws for her.
1300.
Do we have any kind of salad?
Going to continue for about 40% pot.
Okay, you know what? Can you ask him to do steamed vegetables? Yeah. Can you do like broccoli, cauliflowers, and asparagus, something like that? Can you do that? Yeah. They used to do that. So don't put any kind of sauce on it.
Call.
Just bring olive oil on the side for me. Can you do that? Olive oil on this. Yeah, and a salt.
Saya
And,
picking
I'll
up a
have a same
great
soup.
barrel card. The backdoor club's coming through for her.
Yeah, that's what's the name? Say again? Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Ling still with the best hand,
4,200.
Yeah. Thank you.
but in a 4-bet pot, you got to feel very miserable about your ace high right now. You also have that queen of clubs, which makes it less likely for Saya to have picked up the backdoor clubs herself.
Button's right.
And Saya getting the bluff through with king 6 of clubs.
Yes, sir.
Whose hand is that?
It didn't scan, so we gotta show it so that we can pick it up.
My card?
Yeah, one of the cards didn't scan, so
Okay.
we gotta manually look at it. So anytime you show me showing the camera, that just means the card didn't read.
I'll straddle 100.
Straddle.
Hope Lily opens.
Fold.
So far, he folds everything.
Raise
Like
300.
me. I don't have anything.
Call. Call.
All in. It's
Call.
incentive.
Fold.
Right? All in, instant wins everything.
Okay, you thought.
Fold. 4 players. Check.
And so 4-way flop, Casper flopping top 2 pair, Joe with a gutter ball, Ling blocking that gutter ball with her king 10 and middle
Offshore soup,
pair.
They don't get rice and kimchi anymore. Huh. Did you know
And
that?
Joe gonna take a stab at it.
That's fucking soup.
Yeah.
Call.
Casper, it's gonna be tough for him to be bluffing on this kind of a board, so proceeds with just a call. He's also got position and doesn't want to scare off his opponents just yet.
Fold.
Ling with middle pair, top kicker versus a bet and a call in between. Let's see if she wants to take one off here.
Raise. 2,000.
And why take one off when you can just take over the aggression lead? Casper licking his chops. Joe getting out of the way with his gutter ball. And I think you want to leave the door open here for an aggressive player like Ling to blast off. You have position. You have a pretty decent stranglehold on this hand. Unless you're just completely coolered by pocket threes, and in that case, just ship her the money. But you want to keep all of her bluffs in, especially a player like Ling, who's going to find those bluffs more creatively, shutting the door on the ability for her to find those bluffs and forcing her out of the hand. You want her to hit that 10, you want her to hit that king, you also have position, you're not worried about a flush draw.
It's more visual.
Worst case scenario, she has a hand like Queen Jack where she's drawing to
And
one
yeah,
out.
I mean, change the poker.
That's why I bet
I like
400.
when
I'm
it's
so
like
happy
this.
you called. Just,
I think it's
just
more
flat.
visual, it's nicer.
And if she has a hand like Ace-3 suited, you probably just win all the money no matter what, unless a 10 comes out. So
We can change it when
It'd
you
be
go to
nice.
I think closing the door on
I
a
like
bluffing
the
opportunity
animation.
with a imaginative opponent is going to be a recipe for disaster,
Actually, I'm going to change those to purple again.
especially when you're at the top of your range like that.
Re-raise. 500. Fold.
So Ling getting right back after it with a double down hand. Casper with the exact same hand. Out of the cutoff versus a raise and 3-bet. Saya, Queen 10 suited, deciding to get rid of it. That would have been an interesting hand to see a flop with against these 2 diamond hand that Ling has, and the King Jack that correlates heavily with Queen 10. L now.
Call.
Calling out of position, certainly a hand he can navigate some 4-bet bluffs with,
They don't even know what we're talking.
but deciding it's strong enough to proceed with just a call, and
So you guys.
Ling flopping a 3 straight 3 flush, and L a whole lot of nothing.
看我值不值得抠嘛？
So aggression paying off for Ling in that hand.
Lean and efficient.
Power blacks is better.
It's gonna be a while for him to get them again. Somebody will get it, that's for sure. Joe, can I get those purple? When it comes to me, I'm gonna put it here.
Oh, sure. You're gonna trade it back?
Fold.
You're gonna downsize?
Yeah. 200. Fold.
That's funny.
Fold. 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 Good.
Lily, don't miss your big blind.
OK，
Say, miss or don't miss?
Don't miss it.
Don't miss.
Because then he can't win a small blind. if he misses it.
来，
Straddle.
Holy shit, I completely forgot I was small blind last hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
If it was
That's
purple,
your
you would have said-
chance.
I just brain fart. I just completely forgot. Fuck. I could have called 200.
Fold. Fold.
Not 3-bet.
No, you opened 200.
No, oh, I opened to it. Oh, okay.
Fold.
I wish you called.
Fold.
I want to see the flop.
Heads up.
Check. 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 Check.
So a dreadful run out for pocket jacks here. Ling at the bottom of her range with only jack high, and I certainly don't expect her to just give it up. I like it. $200 on the river,
You deserve 200.
Oh.
I
and
deserve
Joe
to
trying to
lose.
give it to her, but gonna wake up with the best hand. Pocket jacks on a 2 overcard 4 flush board. A lot of people just might snap muck there, but getting a really good price against someone who's gonna go for it. I like the call.
Don't remind him. Don't remind him. Sometimes people forget.
You can't. That's
500.
People forget a lot of times.
Yeah.
You shouldn't tell him
Quite often.
this is
Well, no,
your
you
chance.
reminded him last hand. You were like,
That was a long time ago.
That's 200.
That was the last hand ago.
Last hand ago. Literally.
That was the last hand ago. It's a whole new.
Fold.
I'm not Saya. I will
Did
never-
anybody
I will never
forget?
forget.
Nobody forget.
Anybody. Fold.
I mean,
500
nobody checked.
exactly,
I
it's
don't even
correct.
look.
we'll do one round with my
I'm pretty positive it was right.
My bad.
Yeah.
Because yen downside, yen downsized to 4 blacks and then 50-50. It's fine. I got your back end, don't worry. How are the little ones, by the way? Everyone good?
They're cute. Very cute.
The real little one is 1 yet or no?
No, not yet.
No.
Like
players.
7.5 months.
February, yeah. Very cool. My little one is now in college as of 3 weeks ago.
Oh wow, where did they? He or she?
We moved him to Indiana 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
300.
Indiana.
Yeah,
What city? What part?
Bloomington.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, IU.
Oh, with the pot controlling top pair,
Pretty
Ling
different
turning
than
2 pair,
Yeah.
Check.
and a fairly innocuous 7 on the river. So L is a pretty clean bluff catcher. He blocks a lot of the straights,
1100.
but he also blocks a lot of the bluffs he'd like Ling to have with that 10 of diamonds. The price is just really good against an aggressive opponent. There's Really no way out for
That cost,
top
that
pair.
cost a lady 1,500.
Oh, I can
To try
put
to
one
win the
on,
button.
you can win 500.
You can't remind, but you can needle really hard.
It's a pretty nice lineup today.
Should
Well
take
done from
Jasper, by the
Wayne
way.
and the crew here putting together this
I mean,
cast of characters.
Jasper. Sorry, Jasper.
And some pretty high-level poker being
Jasper
played.
is always on everyone's mind.
Yeah.
We got Joe in the show.
You played with Jasper?
The superstar so far, up about $23,000
That's true.
off an 6K buy-in. Doesn't get much better than that.
550.
We got Ling mixing it up. Saya, who's had a
Oh,
rough
yes.
go of it.
Exactly. Of course, everybody will try for 550.
Where's Casper the name from?
Cool. I got it from my line of work, being too. I work in downtown. I work in downtown area. Having booths like in downtown, Jewelry District. When I first started working, I was extremely like nice and naive to customers. So everyone around the other booths were like, "You're way too friendly. You're way too friendly," and that's where Casper the Friendly Ghost came from.
Oh.
Now everyone.
So
knows me as
that's
Casper.
like a nickname.
Yeah, everyone knows. Yeah. My parents did not name me Casper.
200.
So Ludo continuing on an advantageous board of which he flopped top pair on. Not a whole lot for either opponent. And Nightbot trolling the chat. I like it. Once again, thank you guys for joining us for this edition of 2550 on Live at the Bike. We got a colorful cast of characters. We got Ludo, rockin' Seed 1, pulling off a phenomenal 5-bet bluff earlier in the show against Saya with Queen 7 suited, going with his gut,
Hard to pronounce.
going for gusto,
It's a show, Casper.
coming out with a clean
Very
result.
famous movie called Casper the Friendly
There was
Ghost.
a show and then they made a movie.
Yeah. Oh, your real name's not hard to pronounce. Is it?
Hold. 150. We raise. 450. Fold.
And so a big reason why L pulled off that 4-bet bluff earlier with a hand like 10-7 suited is to deter Ling from attacking this formation as aggressively as she has, and
Call.
L proceeding with a call with pocket 8s here, JJ's favorite hand. Pretty clean equities between these three players.
Check.
7 high board favoring
Check.
the field over Ling's range. She has a gutter ball. She also can represent hands like jacks, queens, kings, and aces.
800.
So Casper with a couple overs and no real backdoors. L with an overpair with his pocket 8s. I could see him putting in a raise here to try to deny equity from hands containing 2 overs.
Raise. 24.
And that's exactly what he does here. And Ling has the kind of hand that she can continue through a call. She can rip it all in. Or even put in a small raise.
Call.
She decides to call in position, about $12,800 behind.
Check.
And certainly a turn card that's going to favor Ling's range. Picking up top pair with a weak-ish kicker. It looks like L has a hand like 8s or 9s,
This one's yours.
maybe 6s.
No, you.
So the question is, do we want to put in a bet here, or do we want to try to get some value on the river?
10 seconds. Time chip in.
Bottom right. There's like a 2,000 phones in there. Yeah.
I'll be right.
I think Ling was looking for that 6 or that deuce on the turn, but I'm sure she'll take the ace for top pair.
3,000.
And 3,000, this is why it's so difficult to play against a player like Ling, is because she's going to bet it when she's got top pair, and she's also going to find far more bluffs than your average player. And it's an absolute nightmare playing out of position to her. L boxing himself into a position where this is one of the best hands he'll reach the decision point with, but gonna find the correct fold against an aggressive opponent like Ling, and that's a pretty great fold from him.
Take a leg.
Oh, no, he did.
He said put it in.
He did. Okay.
Putting in money when he's ahead and folding when he's behind. It doesn't get much better than that.
Three Chinese trying to hurt each other. Are you stuck? Losing? Huh? Yeah, so three of us are all stuck.
We should do a three-handed game sometime.
I know,
Three of us.
really.
Three of us.
If we're gonna lose, let's lose to each other.
That would be some serious must-watch TV. Ling,
We
L,
haven't
and
met
Saya.
Frank, the four of us.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I win the bounty since the small blind is not here?
No.
Nice try, though. Very nice try.
So L waking up with aces, all he's thinking is Ling, 3-bet me, 3-bet me, 3-bet me, and right on cue.
Re-raise.
There it goes.
Fold. Fold. Thank you. Fold.
Music to L's ears, waking up with black aces
Re-raise.
and an aggressive opponent who's been battling and
Call. Heads up.
a fairly tight formation, hijack versus cutoff. L going for a big 3-bet, excuse me, big 4-bet, $2,000 out of position. Ling with some backdoor flush opportunities and a gutter ball to a straight. L with a big overpair.
1,500.
He's gonna start with a $1,500 bet into a pot of 4,000. And Ling has a pretty pure continue in position. 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush with positional advantage. And Ling running as pure as they come, banking the hidden effective nuts straight on the turn against L's huge overpair. And this is the moments that Ling thrive in. She was building up her aggressive image for a spot like this to be able to maximize.
3,500.
And L feeling extremely comfortable about his overpair still, but he's going to hear the bad news very soon. Whether it's this street or the next, I'm unsure of. But there's really no way out for pocket aces against this opponent in this formation.
10 seconds.
See if Ling wants to raise right away or give L a little more room to hang himself.
What is that about? What do you mean again?
L still going to feel like he has the best hand when Ling proceeds with a call. We see a flower bouquet delivered to...
It's always nice to get flower that work.
I'm not sure, but we'll get back to that after the action. L with about a pot-sized bet left. He's got an overpair. He's going to target Queen X for stacks, I believe.
10 seconds. $20,000.
Rips it in, and Ling going to find the snap call with the straight.
Oh, wow.
L going to see the bad news.
That's good.
All in
10
call.
is straight.
Just one.
Oh, yeah. Who sent you flowers? Oh, you're
It's the second time, but I think it's
second time.
And on that kind of a board, you just have to go broke with aces, I believe.
On stream?
second time on stream.
So maybe it's a fan. It's a fan.
That's cool.
It is a fan, but I don't know who it is.
But-
They never leave a name. There's a card, but there's no name. They didn't sign the name.
What does the card know? Does the card say the same thing?
Last time it says, you're like a Pop-Tart, you pop out hot and sweet. That's all it said. And today it was like, you're such a joy.
Somebody.
Every day should be your birthday or
what do you
something like that, and good luck.
There's
Blah,
5?
blah.
Oh, wow. That's a fan, probably.
11,000.
We have no idea what that is. Wow, that's...
But I don't know who it is. There's
Wow.
What does the card say this time?
Saya getting another
It's like,
love
you're such
letter.
a joy. Every day should be your birthday, or something. Every day is like, and good luck. And
Nice hand, nice hand.
good luck today.
Good luck.
Something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
Sorry, Lele.
That's pretty cool.
You had aces? I didn't believe you.
Yeah, you said you wanted the tournament money, right? You got it.
That's some.
L, no.
140.
That's very cool.
We still got 140K left.
Oh my god. Thank you, everyone. Oh my
It's okay.
god.
He can take any show. He's like the nicest guy I've ever met. Nicest Chinese.
I'll straddle.
Nicest Chinese guy.
I think we're starting the straddle round.
Yeah. Straddle round starts again.
140K left.
I did. I put it in. I put it in.
Cool.
Good thing
And straw round or
I didn't have a big stack.
starting now? Everything else normal? Yeah. Hello.
So that hand almost as spicy as our sponsor, Habo Sauce. Make sure you check them out, habosauce.com. 25% off when you use promo code LATB. Speaking of 25% off, you can also get that for the True Classic Tees, which are our sponsors today. Scan that barcode, get directed directly to their site. Joe, big winner. Ling up $18,000. L and Saya, the big spenders, both down about $20,000 in the show. Once again, my name is Rye Guy, high-stakes poker player, sports commentator, and life enthusiast. If you guys like the content we're providing for you, make sure you leave a like and subscribe. It costs you nothing, but it means everything to us to make sure we can bring you this high-level poker content week in and week out.
How much is it? Thank you.
You didn't bring.
You brought. Did you brought olive
You didn't
oil?
bring me a chopstick.
Did you bring olive oil on the side? I want a salad dressing. Can you go to that and bring it, please? Can you go to different place and bring it to me, please? Yeah, please.
I'll double check the volume right now.
Go to that brewery, get the olive oil for me, please. Thank you.
You hear me now? Now I can, yeah. 10 of clubs, 3 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds.
Check.
Check, check. $250.
So another bomb pot being played, and that's probably about the worst time to get a big pair. Pocket kings for Saya. L with top pair, top kicker on the bottom. Not a whole lot going on the top, and these boards are heavily correlated. The 8 is going to hit people very hard, and doesn't get much better than KGB, who wakes up with top 2 on the bottom. Yen has a nut flush draw on both boards. So I would rather her hand than anybody else in the field.
Yeah, yeah.
Saya now, her pocket king's really caught between a rock and a hard place. She loses to bottom 2 pair on the bottom. She will lose if that flush comes in on the top. And that's the danger of picking up an overpair when you don't hit a set on these double board bomb pots. Ling in there with top pair on the bottom board, a gutter ball on the top. This could get spicy. Now let's see how Yen wants to play this. She's got the nut flush draw on both boards. She also has a few backdoor straight draws correlating with that 9.
3,500.
And she decides with all that equity, why not just make this pot bigger? The 3-bet bluff on the flop, the rare 3-bet bluff on the flop. Saya, undeterred, putting in the 4-bet.
Fold.
With pocket kings getting 2 players to fold in between and Yen. I think she's just going to rip it in. You have so much equity in Saya, playing kings to perfection.
All right.
Getting a better hand to fold on the bottom. She has the best hand and the most equity. I think we're going to see a chop here.
Две десятки. У этой две четверки, блядь.
У нее тройки.
So a 9 and a 6.
Yes.
And another 9. Backdoor trips for Yen. That 9 correlating with the board, certainly paying dividends for her. Getting there in the most innocuous way. She was drawing to an ace or a diamond on both boards, but hitting the most unique runner, nothing funner.
She would lose everything.
Backdoor trips to scoop the top half of the board. Saya's going to take the bottom, and both players are going to take $900 because of the 9-9 perfect runner on the end.
Too many action.
He already
And I
paid,
forgot
he already
you-
put the 50 on.
With German raised, I thought he had it. I just want heads up.
I forgot you were in a hand.
And now it's straddle round because we just had dealer change.
Wait.
It's $1.
$1.
And Saya immediately pushing for the straddle round. She wants to chase those losses and book a W.
I know.
The wrong person. I thought
Listen, just keep going.
he only has
I can tell you who the favorite.
Yeah.
I can tell you who the favorite is to win this.
Because it's
When
getting
Ooh,
bigger.
you could probably guess.
Maybe I should have just called the 35. I'm not.
I think you're. I think.
The
You put the
second
25
out.
already, right?
He put the
you-
50.
I definitely didn't want to. I didn't want
I
to
put
heads
it for
up.
him,
I
yeah.
want more money possible.
Well, I didn't mind because I have two not flush draws, you know. But I just didn't want to have to call 6 and then fold the turn because if it doesn't come, I can't really call a big bet.
Oh, he folded?
Yeah.
50, right?
Yeah.
Oh, your small blind had aces.
On my small blind?
Yeah, but you were not here.
That's great. I got lucky.
What the fuck? Why is the small blind not here? I have aces.
Oh, that's the one. Just one.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the one you
only
guys
way
played.
you can win anything.
Oh, I see.
He was small blind. He was gone.
If I call, I
huge
can't
pot.
call the. If I don't, yeah.
On this small blind.
Yeah. The turn I
You'll
have
be
to
gone.
fold.
They got cracked. She turned.
That's what you're
big.
That's what you're thinking.
Queen 4, Queen 5 deuce.
Yeah, you're right. But the thing is,
Bet call.
You even 3-bet.
Oh,
wow.
And Saya, this is where the aggression begins to pay off when you flop monsters against a fairly good hand like KGB has here. Bottom set on a draw-heavy board against top pair from a sticky opponent.
You were dealt in.
You
You were
were
dealt in.
posted small blind.
Correct.
And I think KGB just has to get stacked here.
do you have any pair?
With the game flow dynamic, Saya looks like she's more likely to be blasting off in this formation,
Not really.
I can't call.
I had 8-4.
suggesting the double straddle to chase her losses, and
Was it 2 diamonds
top
on
pair
both boards?
in
Is
this
that
situation is kind of a monster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Against 3 players? Like,
I got there the way I didn't expect.
Got there the hard way. Yeah.
Saya's gonna have flush draws, she's gonna have straight draws, she's gonna have draws that correlate with that queen of
bottom
spades.
2.
Yeah.
And
Something
middle
like
pair.
jack 10 of spades,
Yeah, seriously.
But with 3 players action, like I can be scoop on both. so,
5-7 of spades looks like a good bluff combo, and Saya's gonna be finding all of these at a high frequency.
Yeah, but bet, raise,
And that's what
call.
makes players like her and Ling so dangerous, is when they wake up with real hands, you just gotta lose the max to them.
If you call, then I think Saya loses because you said you have 2 pair on the bottom.
Bottom 2, yeah.
And the top, I have 3 nines. So.
Yeah.
KGB's red flags going off. 4,300 behind and not a whole lot back. The 6 of hearts bringing in a couple of those straight combinations that Saya could have.
Yeah, you can't call bottom 2.
Hmm?
You can't call bottom 2.
But overall, a fairly innocuous card.
For me, my phone's ringing. It's always something.
I was gonna check raise over there, but
Continuing for a small size, setting up for a 2/3 pot
You were gonna check it.
size
check raise.
river shove.
He raised it.
he has an issue.
And a bit of an action killer on the river, but I still think Saya is going to feel very comfortable about shoving here for value. A lot of the club draws missed, and the most likely holding for KGB to have in this situation is a queen.
And I can't fold.
And she comes to the exact same decision. KGB frustrated with the run out, but luckily for him, probably saved him the last $3,400 left in his stack.
Yep.
I mean, technically I want everyone in there, but
And so KGB lamenting his bad luck, but as we all saw, it saved him an extra $3,400, which I think if the river bricked or paired the board, he'd be almost obligated to pay at that point.
not 1 diamond.
I know,
Not
right?
1 diamond.
What the fuck is going on?
I know.
Yeah.
Flushes are bad for me this month. I haven't hit one.
No way.
Yeah, flush is actually bad for me. See, you were wrong. That's wrong. No one's been able to hit it. To win
I
this
really want
one.
to put like,
No, no, I'm
stuff
hearing.
like purple. Just own
Check.
I'm glad you re-raised because it makes my decision easy if you called.
So I will be right back. I'm going to let the table talk take over.
Yeah,
Back in
I'm
about
like,
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
No, I'm saying it's for me. It's easier to play when you shove than it is for you to call. Because if you call and I don't hit anything, I'm probably.
That was. I was in an awkward spot. Maybe I have to think about it. If I should have just called a 3,500. Get more money.
I don't know how to. Just a little more, it looks like.
No, I think I like your shift because if they all call, then you're being.
It is even versus 3 people. It's hard for me to lose both boards. So there are a lot of draws out there. Right? I definitely wanted more money in on people chasing one of the boards or something.
Yeah.
You know.
She was chasing both.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give a look of this.
Oh, I folded. Yeah. Oh, she's gonna win.
How much is it?
8. 8, I think.
Hilarious question.
8.
How much is the raise? 300?
1,000.
Oh, you want it. You want it. What the hell?
Eating money.
Come on.
So
I would have paid.
raise.
I would have paid out 2 to 1. I promise you.
I like
On a bet.
Well,
Everybody $25.
I have juice for.
Now we put a quarter each.
That's mine.
so was I supposed to raise the
Okay.
button?
I should have protected.
Little, I promise you, I would have paid
One
out.
for
I'll
of us.
protect that.
And then
And deuce.
yeah, you
You're
need
always
a
gonna be
four
the favorite to win that.
I can't. I mean,
They're short one. One of them you guys didn't put.
Protected it.
I put
feel
it
like
for
so
sure.
many hands if I can't.
One of
I think maybe
Lily
L.
didn't
well,
put.
no, everyone folded. I had 10.
They did short a quarter.
I'm saying
Put a
that you
quarter.
protect this time, right? But you still have to
Alright.
protect like
200.
Yeah.
8 more times before it comes
Yeah.
back to you.
Like it means nothing to me now because
And now we just add a quarter.
Okay.
Is that the way you guys are saying?
what?
Yeah.
Well,
So now
Now
it's
since we
200.
just put a quarter
yeah, I
to
guess it's
reload
better
it,
to
now we
protect
just add a
it
quarter rather
when
than
you're
50.
upfront.
What?
Because we just reloaded it, like,
So instead of 25, there's
Yeah.
200 right away.
yeah. So we don't have to.
Shadow still, Lily.
Slow.
No,
No,
but we reloaded
Just to
it
reload.
for
And now
like
it's 50.
4
if
hands.
it's
Yeah.
50-50.
Understood. Okay.
Oh, it's still 50.
Yeah, let's just keep it.
Yeah, next person still have the
Okay,
four.
okay.
It takes forever to give them some money.
300.
Lily, you're too greedy.
I'm cool with 50.
Really? I wanted the game to be a little exciting. It's already,
I think it's better to
sleeping
protect it
mode.
up front than it is, because you're coming up next.
Like
But on the button it
25,
doesn't
like-
matter because
Yeah.
you'll build forever.
No, I just
Right?
thought that's over.
You're just-
I don't care.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
50 is nothing. Shouldn't affect anything.
Call. 3 clear.
Should be 100 actually.
We can put 100 each.
Yeah.
Let's start at 800. When somebody wins.
No, just 100 per every.
Every
yeah,
time?
yeah, every button. Like a lot of times.
You gotta understand, when I'm small blind, I'm basically drawing dead to that thing.
What do you mean, Jordan? You can still have a hand.
Wing, wing. I gotta get past
Joe.
Saya, L, and you. Come on, I'm drawing dead.
Yeah.
Then you want to cancel the game?
No, I'm happy to play the game.
Yeah. Well, because since you're very calculated.
Come on,
The
come on.
reward, the possibility.
Calculated.
It's a game for fun. You can have it.
I'm happy to have fun.
600.
I feel like I'm getting bullied. Chat.
For the floor. Yeah, get the manager.
Chat, call the floor.
Oh my God! I just realized I haven't had one sip of water. That's
I'm
crazy.
Sure. Probably getting a headache.
Oh, that means.
Call.
I would have had an 8,
It's a chop.
9.
Yeah, it's true.
I would get so lucky at 8, 9
Good turn.
off. Was the check around or somebody bet on the flop?
Right, it's that one.
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Otherwise, I would run around and shit.
Running the straight?
Yeah, trips. 8,
Oh,
9. I had
trips.
8, 9.
Trips, oh,
I'm just
trips.
like,
So calculated. Oh my god.
okay, 50. No, the game finally got a little excited when Saya won the $800, right? At least woke me up.
50, right?
Yeah.
50, right? Yeah, 25. It's 50.
50.
That's what I'm saying. What he said earlier was 25.
Okay,
So that was-
now I want to
no,
guess. I
throw,
want
throw
to
the
just
50 on
always
it.
do
No, it's
what
50,
he wants
50.
to do.
I have no
It's just
issue.
too much.
Throw the
I'm
50
not
on
talking
it.
about you.
I understand. I know that.
It's 50 KGB.
No, 25, we agreed. If we reloaded, we agreed to 25.
It's 50.
No, 25 to
50.
reload,
We-
but then 50 when we turn.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, then cancel. Okay,
we
I
only
don't
want
want
We were
to.
doing
I don't want
50.
to. Nah,
We
you
were doing
cannot
50.
always just
No, we
follow
agreed
your
to- we
rules.
reloaded.
Nah,
We do 50.
Your game.
They didn't understand, but
We
if it's
reload
not 50,
25
then we
each
don't
just to
want to do
reload,
it. Yeah.
but then every
Okay,
hand.
whatever.
50.
Okay.
No, I don't care. But we agreed to 25.
For me? Shadow? How much you playing? For the limp over there, you need to be careful.
400.
You don't worry about the raises, you worry about the limbs.
Yeah, I know, right? It's more suspicious.
The raises is like you have nothing. The limb, you have aces.
Okay, moment of truth. Yes. Yes.
All that talking, all that talking got you.
I thought he was coming for sure.
Good for you.
Yeah, that
Good
was
for you.
intense.
Yeah, that was. I was getting very.
Even me watching, it got me nervous.
I was getting very, very worried.
Joseph, oh my God. My
Got me.
400 is gone.
Running out the door.
5.
Forgot I was small blind. Fuck.
It's not worth it for now.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it right now.
You have to wait a little bit.
It's like too simple.
Yan distracted me.
How so? Oh, because I made a
You
comment.
really want to put 400 to try to win a 250?
Yeah, free money.
It's not free. You lose.
Take a round.
Have you ever got mad? Serious. Like, have you ever get so mad and yell
In poker, no.
in life?
With girlfriend, yes.
Oh, that's understandable.
With
Only-
me? Have
only
you ever
with-
been mad with me?
You?
Yeah.
No, you were mad at me many times. I was never mad at you. In poker, and I never get mad.
Check around.
No matter how much I lose.
I'm talking about the incident where I said stuff I shouldn't have said.
Oh.
You weren't mad?
But
What show?
no, she's
pair, two
talking
pair.
about like
I think you misread
showing
it.
it off, like
pair.
pissed off.
Yeah, getting mad. Like yelling, like losing their mind.
Nine of diamonds?
Like he, and because
Nine
every
of
time I see like he's just always like so
What is
mad.
that,
Like,
nice?
Nice.
I'm so calm.
He has
Thank
a
you,
great
thank
life. Why wouldn't he be mellow?
He's like
I would be mellow too if I grew up rich.
I
I
don't
get
know if I
very
can
angry.
get called.
His girlfriend.
If I bet, I don't know if I can get called.
Yeah, I was calling.
Yeah? Okay, but 500.
That's usually the opposite. Most people get mad at the commentator, but you're not that mad in life.
Yeah.
Well, apparently he was calling too
No,
for
no,
the
I
chop.
wasn't.
For the chop.
Wait, did you think you have a straight or?
No.
Oh.
I
You misread?
He misread the
I
board.
misread the board.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said there was a straight on the board.
Yeah.
300.
I was wondering why you flipped your hand over.
Yeah.
Oh, you just don't want me to win? That's okay. Take it.
Lily, can I see your stack? 17, 18.
18.
Okay, 18.
Say it again.
Said in your defense, you're confident enough I double check. It's like, wait a minute. What did I miss?
Pretty confident.
And then you were like, nice, nice.
Oh, man. Let's see.
Yeah.
food service?
Oh my God.
Order coffee. Oh, another one. Oh.
What's that? What day is?
Another one. Oh my God.
What the heck is going on?
Wow.
What the hell?
I know.
What? What happened?
Another flower.
Another fan.
Another one.
I have another.
Another one.
No way.
Wow. Tell them to send
Are you
chocolate.
sure that one's not for me?
Yeah, I asked Jeff to go get it, but they're
What's
trying to
that?
get a hold of food service.
I just need
It's not my birthday.
iced coffee.
Can I get flowers too?
Seriously, how is this not
that
for
for-
me?
Maybe it's for you.
No, this is not my fault.
He said Saya.
So maybe they all mistaking it's your.
I'm curious if it's the same person or different.
Of course,
Well,
different.
it's gotta be the same one now.
Who want to send two?
Wait, that's not your
flowers?
birthday, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not me. Sorry.
More flowers coming, I sense.
Tell them to send candies. Yeah.
I'm officially jealous. I don't know.
Officially.
You know what I'm saying? Officially jealous.
What does the card say?
Yeah, what does the?
Oh, hi. Your iced coffee, you just want an iced coffee, no caramel or anything like that?
Twice. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think it's different handwriting. I think it's
Oh.
two different people.
Oh, they actually wrote.
Well, it could be the
handwrote it?
flower shop.
Because maybe we were talking about birthday before, because the first person said something about birthday.
Right.
And maybe they got confused thinking it's my birthday.
Could be the person at the
Still very
flower
nice
shop,
of
though.
them, to
Yeah.
pay attention. And just
So what's
some.
the second one say?
It's, I think, it's just Minnie was saying like happy birthday and stuff.
Oh, really? On the card says happy birthday.
And happy birthday, again, you amaze me or something. I don't know.
So it's the same person. If since they say again,
They
you
look like
amaze
two
me.
different people with the handwriting.
Oh, and the flower shop might have written it, like they called and ordered it over the phone, and then they write it down.
Yeah.
They write the card out.
Okay.
Unless they went into the flower shop and then personalized.
The white. Oh, yes. 25 people.
Yeah. But since it says again, you amaze
When
me,
you have
it's,
change.
it's the
Oh,
same
yeah,
person,
sure,
right?
sorry.
Maybe not, that's not what he said.
But
I don't know.
it's probably the same person. If not, then better because you don't want to stalk her. That means you have many fans versus just like one obsessed fan. It's crazy. That's nice.
And you said that's the second time? Yeah, it's happening?
It's happening?
You said that's the second time that you get flowers on stream?
Yeah.
The first time was a long time ago or like recently?
You have change for it?
Was the time before the last time that I played.
Oh, so not too long ago then.
Like 2 months ago or something?
No, less than that.
So weeks ago.
More like 1 month ago or 3 weeks ago or something.
Oh, okay.
3 weeks.
Wow.
Less than 2 weeks.
Something's happening.
And then they know that you're on the stream today, so how did they know that you're playing today?
Look at the bikes, the Instagram.
They can see it. Right now it's
No,
public.
no, I mean,
On the Instagram, you can.
No, on YouTube.
Yeah,
Oh, on YouTube.
Live at Back also post like they already posted a post that me and Ling on the cover that
Yeah.
we're playing.
oh no,
That
because
was on.
even if they watch it right now, I'm saying they would have to send it like right now versus ordering ahead of time, you know? Like if they ordered it like yesterday.
Right, so they ordered today. It sounds like they ordered it and it's
Yeah.
I'm just putting out just to double check.
11,000.
Nice call, Joe.
Thanks.
Wow, Joe, crushing.
what happened? Lady got stuck? What the hell? Are you trying to catch up with how much I'm stuck?
So we're doing what, 25 each?
So
Back on him.
50.
And you won that?
And I'm
yeah,
only kidding.
Oh wait,
To
you
restart.
won?
Oh, yeah, you
Yen,
won
small
it.
one, he won that too?
Mike, did I get Mike?
And
Wow.
you want
Did I
a
get
small
you?
like
There was only
birthday.
300.
Okay.
Okay, so here's 25 for the.
Just trying to play defense.
To reset.
Well, we're putting a quarter each and then adding 50.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah, it's
So I'm
five.
putting, here's
I
mine,
have
75.
for the
So I owe 75.
I thought you said you have no chance of
Why do you owe
winning the
75, Joe?
winning the this. So that's wrong, right?
Then he has no
Approved
chance
wrong.
of losing
Why do you
anything.
owe 75?
So we each reload it with a quarter, and then we all add 50.
I thought it's 200.
I put 75, that's all I know.
Could be 200. That's too much. Somebody.
Playing good.
The other two is
You
from
don't
me.
put a 50.
Oh, no,
They
you
don't
don't
let
pull the
you
50
put
anymore.
50.
Oh, I see.
That's it.
Oh, he put the 50 on because it's on his button.
I'm happy to approve you.
Next button will pull. The reset it
Yeah.
Got it.
doesn't pull.
Got it.
Oh, the reset does not put 50. The button.
Yeah, because he's the one who actually just won. So
Yeah,
Yeah, it's your turn.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Fold.
Three. Sorry, he's got 10. Fold. You copy that? Yeah, he's got 10. Three.
Thanks, man.
Heads up.
Check.
I just said to myself, if no diamond, I just called it.
Check.
I wish-
200.
So my 50, right?
Yep.
What was it? Check. 2. Fold.
So the Ron Estrado is over.
Yeah, you started the round.
And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, what did I miss? Seems like the Saya dating show hit its part number 2. Yesterday we saw the Lin G dating show. Today it's all about Saya. We saw L blasting off
Oh, no, sorry.
into top pair, top kicker. The trap laid perfectly for L to fall into. And Joe, the MVP today, up about $40,000 in this 25-50 game. Just another day at the office for him.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
You guys always talk about wanting to hear the table talk, so letting it run for the last 20 or so minutes certainly is in your benefit, even though we saw some insane action. Now let's get back to it. KGB and L both with a whole lot of nothing on this board. KGB hitting the dummy end of the straight, and that's gonna allow him to scoop this tiny pot. I got a question for the chat. If one of the players at the table sent Saya the flowers, who do you think the most likely person to have sent that was?
Saya, how long have you been playing poker?
7 years.
7 years? That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Nice.
I'm big blind?
You first. Fold. Fold. 200. Call. Can I have the hand, please? Thank you. Call. Fold. Fold. 3 players. Check. Check. Check on.
Ling flopping a flush draw. Casper with a gutty and 9 high, and not a whole lot for Ludo on this board.
400. Fold. 4. Fold.
And so she's gonna bet and take it down.
You want big?
想想现在是什么状态？他随。
Fold.
400.
400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. 4
回去抢这个几百，那个光是那个才200，300。
Maybe I should give one of the flowers to my friend who's actually his birthday today.
Well, then she'll know though.
I'm going to his birthday dinner.
Yeah, but she'll know. She'll watch this stream. She'll find out.
No, there is a hand. There is a.
Call.
What do you mean? Oh, he's not gonna watch the stream.
Okay, then do it.
It's perfect. I even had the card written out and stuff.
The fan is not gonna be happy.
Check.
Oh, I probably should have.
Yeah, he said it out loud too late.
I thought it was another flower or something.
Yeah, me too. Gonna keep coming, you know?
So Alec, gonna bet his overpair into the field. Not a whole lot for any of the players tagging along for the party, and he's gonna take down a pot. Certainly a decent sign after what happened a few hands ago. And shout out to Profion, who actually guessed exactly what was going on. Having some chicken wings with some habo sauce. Believe it or not, that's the only hot sauce we're allowed to eat. It's in our contract, and certainly is a benefit to all of our lives. You know, if we have Frank's Red or Tabasco, we immediately aren't allowed to step foot in the studio. Same thing as all the players. Only habo sauce all day, all night, all the time.
200. Hold. Hold. Thank you. 550. 550.
So a few of the guesses rolling through. Who is the most likely player on the table to have sent those flowers to Saya? We got a few for KGB. We got a couple for L, and Ling seems like the overwhelming favorite.
1250.
One or two people are guessing it was me. I can't be doing that, guys. I got a girlfriend. She would absolutely have my head if I sent flowers to another woman, especially in poker.
I don't know. You did, yeah.
250. Yeah, 350, 400.
You changed because
Yeah,
you changed
that's right.
purple. It would have to be
So cold four betting here. Yen in position with ace king, and no resistance here from the jack six suited.
If they both fold, I go all in.
And I fold.
And our sponsors, Habo Sauce, certainly fuel for the brain.
I'm not blaming anybody. Cannot even call her.
Speaking of
I'm
sponsors,
going all
True
in for
Classic
sure.
t-shirts. Make sure you go over to True Classics, use the promo code LATB, and you'll get 25% off. And take it from me, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the most budget-efficient, good-looking t-shirts you will find. I have a collection of about 10 of them, and no, I did not buy them after they were our sponsors. I had them for about a year and a half now. My girlfriend loves them. Every time we go out to somewhere like semi-nice, not like crazy formal, but just a casual day in, day out t-shirt, I gotta put them at 9 or 10 out of 10. And take it from me, if you guys buy them, they're about 20 bucks a tee. Certainly bang for their buck, and they can definitely go hand in hand with some of these $80, $70 t-shirts that you'd be buying at a store. So, you know, if you don't like them, come talk to me and we'll figure something out, because I definitely give them my personal stamp of approval. Not sponsored by the show, not told to say this even. I'm just very content with my product that I purchased, so happy to advertise it the way that it's come across. Top trips for Saya, going for a pot-sized flop bet. Ludo, a non-believer, with his third pair. And so pot-sized bet, over bet from Saya. I like it. I think now Ludo gets to get away from his 9, but if you had a 10, for example, like ace 10, it's going to be very difficult for him to find a fold to a couple of barrels, especially in this formation. We mentioned it earlier, how difficult it would be for KGB to get away when he had a top pair and Saya had bottom set, but a lot of similarities aligning between that situation and this one, but Ludo able to find the fold with pocket 9s, but if you had a hand like ace 10, for example, a lot more difficulty for him to get away, especially because of the image that Saya had been portraying for the entirety of the matchup.
KGB.
What?
You want to see it? 175. Call. Call. 3-player.
So Ludo bouncing in there with the 6-8 suited, flopping a gutter ball on a low disconnected board. Joe with top pair, decent kicker, and Ling with a couple of overs. Ling the rare time not choosing the aggressive route pre-flop, king-queen offsuit. And Ludo gonna continue for a large bet. Overbet, nearly 2x the size of the pot, wow. And getting top pair to fold. Well done by Ludo. 3 straight, or excuse me, gutter ball to a straight, 3 to a flush, and a lot of barreling opportunities he can pick up on the turn. I like the big bet sizing from Ludo there.
Straddle.
Oh, it's
a
a
bomb pot.
bomb pot, right? Bomb pot?
Just straddle.
Actually, can you check 200, 200, please?
Okay, whatever.
Do bomb pot.
So if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. It costs you nothing, but it means
doesn't
everything
win
to
that
us
on
so we
bomb
can
pot.
continue to bring you this
Oh, bomb
high-level
pot?
poker content week in and week out.
Yeah, no, it's bomb.
I was giving you money. Yeah. Thank you.
Saya, big spender. L, big spender. KGB caught in the middle of the two. Ludo pulling off some masterful moves today. I've really enjoyed his gameplay
I think I'm gonna
up
win this
until
one.
this part. Really some unorthodox plays. 5-bet bluffing with queen 7 suited. Overbetting with 8 high on a 5 high board. Throwing in some unique spots that not a lot of people are taking, and I certainly have enjoyed watching the way that he's presented himself today and the way he's approached this game. So another double board bomb pot coming up. Yen flopping bottom 2 on the bottom board. Saya with top pair on both sides.
No?
Casper with a useless ace king. L gonna speculate with AJ. And Casper is gonna tag along with his 2 overs on both boards. Gutter ball on the bottom.
3-player.
You guys too tough.
5 of spades.
Taking one off, there's a 4-liner to a straight on the bottom.
Yeah.
2-4.
Queen high still on the top board. Saya now with 2 pair on the top
Myself
board with a stranglehold on this hand.
200, 200.
I don't believe.
And I think she's
you're
gonna
wrong.
take it down
I
with
think
this
that's,
continued aggression. She's got
I
top
don't-
pair on the
yeah,
bottom,
yeah, sometimes.
top pair, middle pair on the top, and she's gonna drag in a $2,800
I like
pot. That's how you win double board bomb pots. You play aggressively,
Don't play that.
you get everybody to fold, and you scoop the whole thing.
You didn't pay attention.
And no sharing for Saya.
Loman says, okay.
Uh,
Thank you.
I.
加筹码啊。
in terms of playing, yeah, I
Shout out
just
to
like
Squirtle, who got
really
some
keep
true
it
classic
fast.
teas through us today.
Around a straddle.
And no problem, we're happy to give you the discount, give you guys these quality products that we'd be pumping out.
Oh no, just.
And trust me, if it wasn't good, we wouldn't be promoting it. So take it from Squirtle. Let us know how you like your true classic teas that you just ordered.
Fold.
Is that 2-4? You see, I told you, you're wrong.
Fold.
There is sit or no sit?
3, fold.
Huh?
Call.
In an hour, yeah. But if somebody take it, I'll take it.
I did.
probably.
Oh, you did?
2-4.
So Joe running hot and
Doesn't
playing
look like
well,
it.
up
It's a
over
700 game.
$40,000 in
People
this
call the flop.
show. $43,000 profit off a 6K buy-in.
I guess Queen
Oh,
10 would
okay.
have been the best, good hand to have.
But I put
Now
myself on the
continuing
board
with his
and,
middle pair, there's a lot of hands you want to get
nothing is
protection
happening.
about. You don't really get raised on these ace-high boards with
Yes, please.
the aggression lead
please
as the pre-flop
Yeah,
raiser,
you
and
wanna- what do
you can
what
fold
is
out a
it?
lot of 2 overs that are under the ace.
This?
And
No, I put
rivering 2
myself on the
pair,
board and
Ludo
I'm on the
deciding
board.
to check it over one more
So
time. He's just not going to get
see?
much action against
saying
L's
that you up.
6.
It says I'm on a board for that game.
Bottom move.
And that's kind of the way it's been going for L today.
But
Not
if
a
it is
whole
sit,
lot.
I wanna
heading
take
in
it.
his
So
direction.
no rush, don't worry about it. I make quit. so I
And
don't worry about it.
uncharacteristically slow day for him. He's typically
But
out
if
there
it is a sit,
battling,
I make quit.
finding the spots to blast off in and putting people in uncomfortable spots, but a really unique
It's not private.
mindset from L coming into this one. I haven't really seen this side of him so far.
Why are you asking me? You think I know anything?
Joe, $49,000
No private.
in
All
front
I
of
wanna
him.
play
Ling
big
Ling,
again, that's what I
37,000. And
play with
as
you
always,
so much.
our sponsors, True
So
Classic. Go
all I
over
can
to
say
True
about
Classic
this
Tees.
part.
Get a t-shirt. Use
Mic check.
the promo code LATB for 25% off. Take it from me. They are quality products
So-
at a discount. Ling Ling
Lock it for me if it's
atop the
open, please.
V-Pit battle. Saya, 38%. Joe, 33. L, 32. And Casper coming in at the back. Joe, $42,900 in the profit, and most of that coming at L's expense
I think it's
on the exact opposite end of a 40K uptick.
No, when I got it the first time, I never.
Action
I didn't wear a
game
dress.
today. I've really
I-
enjoyed the
I was
gameplay.
just wearing
There's a lot of
hoodie.
strong players in the field. People are getting out of line. People are speculating. People are playing a high V-Pip. Ling Ling,
Keep buying flour to you?
number 2 on the leaderboard, up 17,000. Casper chilling in the 4K profit region. Ludo and Yen share an identical 35.75 in the green. KGB down 6K, Saya down 25,000 American dollars, and L down a cool 40 grand.
I think it's some of your loyal fans.
Fold.
Might be Lele. You don't even know.
Lily, maybe you said it.
No, it's not me.
Say again?
Yeah, it's you.
Not me.
Yeah, you just want to admit it because your girlfriend is watching.
Thank you. Do you want Live at the Bike to make an announcement and try to find them for you? They want to help.
Yeah, sure. I do want to find out who it is.
She said, go ahead.
You know there's going to be 100 people that say it's me.
They'll
it's
do
me,
an
it's
interview
me.
and everything, and you guys can get to the bottom.
They need to provide the receipt
Yeah. You must provide proof.
as a proof.
Once again, thank you guys for joining us for this
Right. Exactly.
beautiful Thursday edition of Dating
Whoever
with
sent the flyers is
Saya.
going to play heads up.
Say again?
Whoever sent the flyers is going to play heads up.
That's not punishment.
Find out who the mystery man is to fulfill her destiny.
It's a straddle.
There's trouble, but
Let her change it.
Do you want to adjust
There was a
your
straddle.
raise rate?
Straddle? Oh, straddle? Oh, yeah, that's,
Wanna do 3?
that's okay too.
Okay.
Tune in next time on The Bachelor.
Raise to 200. Call. Fold. Fold. Call.
Wow, nobody attacked my weakness. Only mini
Three
raise.
players.
Mini raise.
Check.
And an action board. Saya flopping top 2 pair. Casper with the nut flush draw and some backdoor straight draws.
Oh, this was your chance to try to win. Yeah.
We were talking.
And Saya eyeing out Casper's
Did you
stack.
actually forget?
Yeah, I did. That was, we were talking about the flowers and stuff.
She's going to raise it up right away. Top 2 pair, very vulnerable. A lot of dangerous runouts for her.
To 1100.
And a big raise. $1,100. Ling Ling going to get out of her way with her gutter ball.
Yeah.
Maybe check with the Cecil C name for
Casper, no way out with position and the nut flush draw. The only question is, does he want to put more money in right now?
call.
And deciding a call is in order. A couple of straights getting there on the turn, like 4-5, and hand like 9-10 of spades would have gotten there. But Saya still going to keep up the aggression, I believe. Casper also picking up a dirty straight draw, meaning a 5 will give him a straight, but the 9 will could potentially give someone else the upper end of the straight.
10 seconds.
I think we're going to see a big bet out of Saya. If she's cooler, she's going to have to lose the max anyways, so you got to charge those draws out there, and there are a bunch of them.
2300.
So a big sizing, about 75% of the pot. Casper's got a pretty pure continue. The ace high can still be good if Saya's raising with a hand like king 9 of spades, king 10 of spades. There's a lot of draws that Casper is still ahead of with his ace high.
10 seconds.
And certainly some implied odds against all of those drawing hands, as well as some sets that Saya could have. So
All in.
ripping it all in, and
all right.
Saya's kind of got a
You
bit
want
of
to
a
twice again?
uncomfortable look in her eyes, but definitely not going anywhere for only 6,500 more.
Alright, here we go.
I hope I have the
Casper
best hand
looking
right
for a 5 or a spade.
now. I hope I have the best hand right now. I have two pairs. I have two pairs.
I had 9-5.
And that ace no good for
Okay,
Casper.
on river.
6-8.
And back-to-back aces. Unfortunately, trips don't play when you run it twice. So Saya gonna scoop in a $20,225
I
pot.
saw when he showed his hand, I saw ace first. I was like, maybe, I was like, fuck, he has better two pairs.
He said your 2 pairs good already.
Yeah,
So the ace, before, yeah.
That's
No one can hit a flush on you.
口袋有没有筹码？
A bit of a
It's like
cooler
double
situation. I think Casper just wanted to get it in case he was up against
well,
one of
technically
those
it makes it harder for you
aforementioned
to hit
hands.
because since there are more diamonds out.
Yeah.
好像有很多散嘛，
Can
1万是吧？
you get the 4 chips?
刚好1
Just
万
tell me each，
都不知道有没有1万。
Yes. KGB song.
Oh, you don't? Could probably been on the flop.
刚好
I don't think he calls on the flop, but I don't think you can. I mean,
Calls on the flop, no?
huh?
She calls on the flop.
Wait, did she flop too far?
You flop?
Yeah, she flopped 2
Oh
pairs.
yeah, then
flopped
same
2
result.
pairs,
Same
yeah.
result.
Buttons here is good. Oh, no. Sorry, did you see
And so that hand almost as hot as our sponsors. Habbo Hot Sauce.
Okay.
Get over to habosauce.com. Use the promo code LATB for 25% off. That's some pretty bomb hot sauce, if I do say so myself.
L, you added 10, and then chips here, how much you gonna play? Count it. Raise the 3, fold.
How much you play?
I'll let you know.
Oh, okay.
Raise. Or call, sorry. Fold, fold. Call. 3 players. Check. 500.
So Double L gonna lead out here with her middle pair top kicker backdoor flush draws. And Single L gonna find his way out with Jack High. Ludo speculating with top pair 10 kicker.
Heads up.
And the bottom card pairing on the turn. That's gonna slow down the action here.
Huh?
1500.
Purple and black, yeah.
But what do I know? Double L gonna bet her second pair top kicker for 75% pot. Now Ludo with top pair. He's gonna find a clean call in position. 9 of hearts on the river.
What is that, 40?
And let's see if Ling Ling wants to put some more money into this pot. Check check looks pretty standard in this situation. And unless Ludo wants to make an ultra thin value bet, looks like he's gonna scoop in a $5,025 pot. So Ludo making all the right plays, doing all the right things today. Quietly raking in a $6,000 profit this evening.
4,800.
Casper reloading for 4,800. And the nice live at the bike zoom out done by our phenomenal team in the back, Alex and Brian.
Yeah.
It's almost over.
Yeah, let's keep the straddle off.
Got it?
She did.
Yeah, okay.
I took some, I added some. Maybe, hopefully, I added more than I took.
Always big when it's there.
It'd be sick if I have aces.
Fold.
Yeah, nobody will believe it. That would be sick.
Fold.
And you raise 1,000 and jam. And then you like snap call.
Re-raise.
Yeah, and opening up the suited 5 high on the button. Saya entering through aggression out of the small blind, which we expect most of these players to do. $1,400 sizing up out of position.
Fold.
L gonna fold his Jack King off. Ling Ling, King 10 off now. I think all options are on the table, and fold seems the most reasonable. Yen has position. She does have 5 high, but she also has the kind of hand that can crack aces.
Yes!
And Saya
Playable
getting it
hand,
through.
not aces.
$500 profit without seeing a flop with 9 high. Not a bad result.
网友也
Oh yeah, and if you win a small blind, you have to show your hand. That's another.
Okay.
rule, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Sounds good.
An extra little bit
25.
shown her way because of the bunny game. I think there was about $500
You guys want to do 50? That KGB
for her to
can-
win on the
We're gonna do
button.
50 each.
You want to do 50 since?
Oh, 50, yeah, here.
Yeah, 50 each. Yeah. Who pulled a quarter? I think it's
I
you.
think it's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
I didn't.
do another quarter. Yeah.
So Joe, we're gonna do 50 since it's like just 30 minutes left, okay?
Yep.
Oh, so it's
50 to reload it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
50 to reload?
Yeah.
Okay, so another one.
Oh no, you did
Oh, I
already.
did?
Oh no, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Sorry, you took it back.
Floor.
So 1, 2, 3.
Somebody didn't put.
So that's
300.
350, right?
You should be 350 or 300.
Can you just bring 2 big chips?
Yeah, 50.
50
No, 2 big chips.
to reset it just until the end of the stream.
Yeah. All right.
And they're showing anti.
So somebody else can win it than Saya.
Yeah.
Huh?
50 more?
The ante.
Put a 100.
The ante.
You put 50, but that was for the KGB.
50 to the
But also-
restart.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And raise.
So did we everybody put another 50?
Yeah, yeah.
So now there's 350 in it.
Okay, that's
Instead of
yeah, yeah,
175.
yeah.
Look, it's
More
already
exciting, yeah.
Yeah.
Fold, fold.
Oh.
I could have stopped
That was fun.
Saya,
She was
but
so
I really
excited to
thought
win
she
it.
had a bigger
But
hand.
did you have a nice? What did you have?
I could have stopped. Also.
You,
I mean,
yeah, I had a good hand.
You both.
honey.
You both had a
I
bad
did.
hand.
I did have a good hand.
She did have a
Fine,
good
fine,
attitude.
fine.
But it was
I
genuine
can-
excitement that when
No,
you won it,
but
you're
I-
like,
Right.
yes!
Saya, because
course.
she opened 3 cards. I thought
Yeah.
she gotta have something. She's gotta
I
have
do have
straddle.
something. Just
Oh,
2 cards.
No, like how could you have anything? Like what the hell?
But Saya would play that the same even without the.
What
Yeah.
do you
Yeah.
expect?
Sure.
Saya's gonna do something.
I didn't do anything different. I would have made it 1400
Yeah,
anyway.
she would make it. That's why I was
No.
thinking too.
What?
I was like,
100 again. Oh, Lele.
Let Saya
50, right?
50.
gotta
Yeah. Take it at 50.
let you got away again. So mad. I would have at minimum call.
What did you have?
everyone feels really strong about this.
Defense. You gotta play defense for that thing.
I know, right?
I will make it 145.
I was thinking, what should I do?
I wasn't
but I didn't
40 into
wanna
a
Okay, that's fine.
emotional.
That's fine.
What did you have?
I had 5-3.
Can't just fold.
I would raise. I don't know. Yeah.
I think the flop hand was
fun.
10 jack queen.
10 jack queen. Yeah, you can raise me on. I could have ace king. You just check call, check call.
Fold. Fold. 300.
I should have pulled
Call.
Just to defend.
that. Just to not have her win it. I was like, I don't want to be emotional. It's not an emotional judgment.
4 players.
Just so that way Saya doesn't win the kitty twice.
Check. 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 Check it out.
So not a whole lot for any of these players until Joe binks his set on the turn, but... And why would you expect anything else? 2 players rivering top pair, Joe with the set. And he's gonna lead into the field, targeting ace X that could have been rivered.
Fold.
$600, and I think he's gonna get called in 2 places. That's been the theme of the day. Joe just running pure. L gonna call Ling. Gonna snap fold her ace.
Joe is on fire.
Like 40K.
And Joe up $45,000 off a $6,000 buy-in. That's
At least he didn't win the small.
not too shabby.
I think it's only Saya and Joe, right?
He won.
Yeah, Saya and Joe. That's it.
We only had 3.
But he said he had 0 chance
There
to
we go.
win.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course it's gonna come back up.
That's probably why he called.
We gotta come back up when you make
understand, I
dumb
know.
things
Pair,
like
he's like,
that.
I don't-
I told you, yeah, no, everybody can win as long as
Yeah,
you
you're
have
up
big
like 40,
hand.
right? You have like 40K.
I'm not sure.
Nice.
And I even said so you can have aces. But you had ace king
Oh,
suited,
sorry.
almost like aces. Better than aces. Yeah, because aces you re-raise, you
300.
won't win them.
Call.
I think it was the ace king.
So L back after it with ace jack suited. It has not been his day so far. Joe
Aces, I think you
gonna
win.
speculate out of the small blind with the kitty game on. It looks like there's about $200 he can win if he takes this one down. And an ace high board domination for L. Joe has got top pair as well. And a whole lot of nothing for the field except for Ludo, who's tagging along with a 10 high flush draw. L's going to continue for $1,000 into the field. Ling going to call in position with a gutter ball and a heart in her hand. Joe with a pretty clean call with top pair, weak kicker, and Ludo I think is just going to call with his 10 high flush draw when it gets back to him. I think raise here puts you in a really uncomfortable spot. If someone has a higher flush draw than your own, you get put into the blender, but he decides to just get out of the way. It's reasonable to assume someone could have a bigger flush draw than yours. Unfortunately for him, it's coming in right away with absolutely no delay. L hitting top 2 pair, but the front door flush getting there, and after getting called in 2 spots, I think you begin to get a little more uncomfortable about hitting your 2 pair, and I think Ling is going to start to represent that front door flush coming through.
$3,000.
And how well do I know my players? Ling with a gutter ball to a straight. She also blocks a couple of ambitious flush draws, and Joe, I think, caught between a rock and a hard place. Looks like L's got something a little more decent than your top pair, and Ling is representing that front door flush coming through. L now going to be put in a world of hurt. He's going to call here, but we'll probably be put in a miserable spot on the river if Ling unloads the clip on the end. And sometimes this is just how it goes. You're running up against it, your bluffs aren't working out, you're not getting paid on your value, and you get put in miserable spot after miserable spot, and that's why Double L is so hard to play against. She's going to take these spots aggressively and put your brain in the blender, getting 2 superior hands to fold, folding out ace-9 and top 2 pair, and taking it down with 9 high.
Joe too. Joe lost too. Joe was in the hand. I would have called. I would have done everything to stop you to win. It's queen. Oh, it's 10. You can't do that. You know, Layla and me, we're like, no way we're gonna believe you. We're gonna do everything. Oh, sorry.
2 for the hearts. 300. Call. Fold.
Yeah, it defended it was 20K.
3 players.
It was 20K unnecessary.
500.
Yeah, I know, right? Just give it to him. Let him win. The thing is, that one wasn't even big. I remember it was
500.
Oh, 500. Plus, it's not even your file, it's everybody else's file.
Yeah, but
Who cares? Let him win. You're like, no.
No.
It's for us, not for you, Joe. I'm gonna put 20,000 to protect the public 300 or 500.
Next time. 1100.
So Joe going to continue to represent and barrel on this very connected board. Casper with a pure continue. He's got middle pair and an open-ended straight draw, and Joe certainly going to start representing on some club rivers and an 8 on the end. Now Joe's waking up at the stone bottom of his range, so let's see if he wants to put in a bluff and try to target some 1-pair holdings or some 2-pair holdings to fold. And he rips it all in. Casper snaps it off. Oh, excuse me. Joe doesn't get the opportunity because Casper rips it in himself. And Joe just snapped folding. I think Casper again letting him off the hook there.
Yeah, straight. River 8. 8 was on the river, yeah.
50 on the button?
Yeah, 50.
So 50 also.
Tough to balance that range
Yeah.
with some bluffs. It looks like you have a queen there almost every single time, targeting some 2 pairs or a set to call. But if you leave the door open, a lot of those club draws that missed and maybe some ace-high nothings will blast off, similarly to what we saw there.
No. Oh, I'm never.
Every river. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 100.
You would have?
1 more 100 here, please, for the bomb pop.
Yes. kitty doesn't play, right?
No.
During bomb pot?
No, it doesn't.
Shout out to Wolverine and Profion, always blessing the chat with some positivity and some great conversation. If you guys want to ask a couple of questions, have a convo, drop it in the chat. Let's get a little more chat dialogue heading in this direction to muscle us through the last few hours of the show.
300. Call, fold, 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 call, fold. 3 players.
Double L gonna bet her 6. Get called in a couple of places. Both players playing the top board that she got called by. So Double L has a stranglehold on this bottom, drawing to a gutter ball on the top. Saya looking for that flush draw, and Joe gonna try to cling on with his pair of aces. Saya now put in a pretty miserable spot. Her king high is very rarely good on both sides, and it would be dreadful if Double L showed up with a hand like ace X of spades, because you just get scooped every single time, and when that spade draw comes through, you're gonna pay a premium to show down. So taking the conservative route and bouncing out of the way, and it seems like KGB bounced out of the game, as L has a well-needed stretch after the difficult,
Last time I suggest Kitty, I lost 60.
turbulent
25 game.
This game?
50, yeah.
60?
Yeah.
When?
This time almost 50.
evening that he's had down almost $50,000 on the stream. Most of that going to that end, 2 seats on his right.
And the
It's 2 seats on our right, 2 seats on his left.
Remember you trying to deepen? Yeah. Okay, now you remember. Lesson learned. With 110,000, now you should get the message. Kid is not for you.
No, the message is I should continue to play until I get my money back.
Even and then quit.
More. The guy
Fold.
my ideas still hasn't gone back.
Fold.
Check.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
So dumb.
Pick up. Alright.
Fold. Call. Fold, fold.
Now it's cold again.
I know, right?
Yeah, I feel
Things feel the same, yeah.
a breeze.
Double L opening up 5 deuce suited from +1. Casper coming in with a call with Jack King off. Saya, pocket 9s out of the big blind, gonna find the 3-bet, and L
2,500.
Good, how are you?
with the cold 4-ball.
Nice to see you too. I look at just this guy looks so familiar.
500.
Excuse me, Saya just calling out of the big blind, and L with number 1. We remember what happened last time when he had aces, losing a massive pot. This time, Saya's the only customer gonna speculate with pocket 9s, and a pretty similar board to last time. Queen high with a couple of low cards, queen 4 deuce with a flush draw. L going to continue to bet his overpair for value. Saya still ahead of hands like ace king, ace jack, king jack. Now that front door flush coming through. L with the ace of hearts in hand, but that's going to generally favor Saya's range as the caller in between. And Saya decides it's a good time for her to lead out here
3,000.
with an unorthodox hand. I like the lead in general, but I'd like to see a little bit of more of a polar range when you take this line. L with a pretty pure continue. The only question here is if he wants to go all in himself or just call.
Yeah, I'll probably just clip it right here if that's okay. It's tight. Yeah. Shit.
All in.
And he rips it all in. Now Saya
Great, thanks. Okay.
Put in a pretty miserable spot. She has a 9-high flush draw to go along with her second pair. But L is representing a monster here. Something like aces, ace queen, or a flush. He can also have a hand like ace king with the ace of hearts, ace king with the king of hearts. A lot of these one heart combos that would want to apply maximum pressure. And both these players having a very difficult time maneuvering throughout this lineup. Saya getting a pretty good price, only has to put in about 9,500 to win 25K in the middle.
I won't need these.
Really, that's true. David does.
I've never used one at a single time I played a Hustler.
You're the one of the fastest.
And this is why leading on these kind of boards with a
very quick.
bit of a merge can put you into a dangerous
Can you
spot.
double check how much that is?
12, 2, 25.
We've seen L blast off a handful of times throughout the game already. And Saya coming to the correct decision, and L gonna rake in a $25,000 pot and an 8K profit on the
I don't know how you
hand.
play. Did you have it?
I had 2 cards.
Good answer. Good answer. I don't know. I thought you might tell me since I'm new. Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
What's your name?
David.
David, okay. David, how much are you playing?
25,000.
25,000 for David. You want me to deal you in the big blind right now?
Sure.
Let me give you 2,500.
Okay.
Is it enough?
Do you charge interest, Ling Ling?
No.
Thank you.
But if you want to pay me, I'll take it. Yeah, whatever interest you feel comfortable.
Is it 50?
50,
50, and then 100.
They're playing a
Hi, nice to meet you.
And then the
What's your name?
Saya.
Saya?
I've
Very nice
seen
to
you on
meet
stream before.
Thank you.
most fun players. David is super fun player.
So we have a new player coming in,
Super
Dave.
tight. Never bluff.
Yeah.
Self-proclaimed super tight, never bluff. That's usually a reverse towel, ladies and
We're
gentlemen.
also playing the kitty game.
I don't know
what?
when you want me to say something.
Oh, we put $50 on the button, and only the small blind can win.
Okay.
Raise the 3. 3 raise 1,000. Fold. Fold, fold.
So double L raising it up, queen
I'll wait
6
till the next
suited,
hand.
Joe coming through with a 3-bet jack 10 suited. And I don't think double L is gonna fold to a single raise here.
Are you the one that sent the flower?
Just gonna speculate and
Yeah,
see a
yeah,
flop. Nope,
No.
incorrect. Good again.
Must be David. No wonder.
Not wanting to mess with Joe, who has been running red hot all evening, up $42,000. Most of that coming from both Saya and L's stack directly.
Did you just fly in? Somehow you got this. I just landed.
I just landed.
Really?
Yes.
I'm
You don't
serious.
live in
You
LA?
just landed.
No, I do.
Landed here.
Yes, just landed here.
Yeah, you look like you just fresh off from the airport.
Fold, fold. 300.
900.
Raise a 9.
David,
Oh.
you're putting 900 trying
I don't
to
know
win.
much about this
It could
David
be
guy,
just
but I
doing
like
it
his
for that.
style.
Yeah, could be.
Rolling in from the airport, he's got a button down on.
It's a good return since you
It's,
haven't.
it's impossible that I actually have a real hand right in the spot. Oh, yeah.
3-betting the first
Well,
hand,
you
he sits
haven't
down
invested
and
in
looking
it,
a lot like
so
KGB
it's
in his
not
picture.
3 raise.
Oh, Ling Ling, Ling Ling. Nice.
Fold.
Oh.
So David 3-betting the fake aces.
I can't fold. I can't fold. I don't even have enough to call you.
No, it's okay. Just go. Somebody.
Yeah, I
here,
call. I
somebody-
call.
Saya can.
And I think he only bought in for about $3,000, so pot committing himself.
25,000.
Are they gonna take 2 hours?
And
to
best case
return?
scenario for David is he's up against an under pair to his ace-5. Let's see a 5-1
Go ahead.
time dealer. Or excuse me, ace-4. So looking for a 5, a 4, or an ace for David.
$35.
Oh, excuse me, these graphics are correct to begin with. $22,000
35.
listed on David's stack. I'm a little confused as to how much David has, but Nonetheless, $3,500 from Ling with a full
I wish
house.
I had a shitty hand. It would be a lot easier decision.
What?
Yeah.
Already difficult decision. It's only
I wish I
first-
had a shitty hand.
This is only first street.
And maybe there's some more chips being delivered for David, but certainly looking like an action player.
10 seconds.
3-betting with ace-4 offsuit, calling the 4-bet out of position.
No.
Fold.
Nope.
You want to see one?
No.
Take one.
Nope.
Take one.
You have quads, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
What I laid out. What I laid out.
I think I played with David
oh,
before.
I had that beat. I
If
had
he's
that
who I'm
beat.
thinking of, he is definitely a fun player. Good for the game.
Zero chance.
I had 2 overcards.
Exactly. You didn't have me. I wasn't bluffing. David, I was just trying to show you I wasn't bluffing.
I had a good hand.
I had a good hand. That was good flop. That's, I mean, one of the best flop, right?
That's a good flop for you.
Yeah. Full house. Flop the full house. Some,
It's tough to hit a pair, let alone a full house on the flop. Ling, showing us how to get it done.
oh, yes.
Well, with inflation, it's only worth 4,000.
Wow. David, you must be a very smart businessman. So good.
Fold. Fold.
Right, 300.
You're probably very good at negotiating.
Call. Fold. Fold.
What?
Call.
You're right.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's a free call.
You forgot? You
What do
forgot,
you
right?
free?
Yes.
Just have to put a 275.
You didn't call with a small blind on the line? Are you kidding me? That's a huge mistake.
Yeah, huge.
Huge.
500.
And so Saya, domination reversation against David. Flopping bottom 2 pair. She also has a backdoor flush draw on this King 10-7 board. Backdoor flush draw coming in, giving David the gutter ball to go along with his 3rd pair now.
1300.
And Saya going for about 2/3 the size of the pot with
meant to call.
2 pair and a flush draw. David feeling like he's
Okay,
priced
so
in with
David,
his pair
let me
and
just-
gutter ball.
So you owe me
He could also hit an
5K.
8 to win
Yeah.
on the
I'll give you
river.
10K.
Okay.
Wait.
15 total.
A jack or a king would have them chop it. And a brick 3 on the end. Let's see if Saya wants to go for some more value, targeting hands like King X, maybe a turned Jack Queen. I think about a $2,500 sizing looks appropriate here.
What hand is gonna do? Last time I
Target some strong 1 pair hands.
3500.
And 3,500 going about 70% of the pot. Looking to get called by hands like King 9, King Queen,
You're not
Are you an honorable person?
Jack Queen, Ace Jack.
better process.
Over half the time.
Oh, that's pretty good. Most people can't even
Claiming
say
to be
half.
honorable about half of the time.
Yes, they did it. Yes. Mhm.
So it's much faster.
Yes. Very quick. Not
Okay, I believe it.
And gets the fold from middle pair by the river.
like you
So Saya's stack heading in the correct direction after having a very difficult start to the show. She's going to try to bounce back over this last hour that we have left. And look at that beautiful camera work. Shout out to Brian and Alex in the back making magic happen. You see Jeff in the background, making sure we get those nice camera shots from close up too.
Fold. 300. Fold.
I call.
Call. Change, please.
Gotcha.
Here.
Thank you.
And I'll change you for the black.
Appreciate it.
You got it. Call. Fold. Fold. 30 players.
Baby, I rewatched the stream. You bluffed me. You're nothing to
Check.
call me. On the flop, like I lead into 3 people, and then he just call.
Back then.
No, he just knew I was gonna check the turn. Then he came back.
It didn't matter. Even if you checked turn, I was gonna braze you. It didn't matter. Really didn't matter. I'm telling you the truth.
Fold.
When was this recent?
But you missed the main hand. I bluffed you much bigger at the end, and they didn't put it on the
Oh, that
video.
one, yeah, it was on the video, yeah.
It's like last hand of the night, kind of thing.
Yeah.
10 seconds. Time chip coming in. Raise 2,500. Fold.
Okay, so we have to show? I'll show.
You're gonna,
Finally, one time.
you're gonna hit a pair on the river. You're gonna hit a pair on the river.
Yeah, it's the spot attack.
Okay, so we each reload.
Like
the
everybody
50,
50,
and like
please.
Thank you.
I put 50. I need all the 50s, please.
This is this side.
That should be 400, right?
Should be good.
Should be good.
Put 4 black. Yeah.
Okay, Saya, whatever you say. You have to listen.
I thought she was the alpha dog. You're
No,
the alpha dog?
no, not when Saya is here. You have to listen to her.
The men here
order.
seem very passive.
Until you arrive, until you arrive. Change that, please. Save our owner.
Yeah, it was the
Please.
whole thing with the kitty game.
I'm not really good at
We
being
tried to
passive.
record it, and they're like, we'll snap it.
Yeah. Well, no, KGB, he always want to do whatever he wants. I can't just always follow him.
Fold.
We got needs too.
Ling Ling, can I ask you a personal question?
No, not on a stream. Is it very personal?
It's a joking personal question.
Fold. Fold.
You don't have to answer. Just let him ask.
You want hit every time on small blind?
So Joe gonna 3-bet out of the small blind, over incentivized to do so in this formation. Ling Ling's gonna be opening wide. He also has the overlay of whatever's on the button that only he can win out of the small blind. So Double L gonna call with her King Jack off, flopping top pair on this King 5-3 board. And let's see if Joe wants to represent that king over multiple streets.
650.
650 is the bet, going about 1/4 the size of the pot, and I think Double L's got a pretty clean, just call, leaving all the bluffs in. You know, when you start to put in a raise there and you get a lot of money in over multiple streets, you're typically just value owning yourself, so a pretty clean call in position. Deuce of clubs on the turn shouldn't change a thing. Joe has that backdoor flush blocker.
Appreciate it.
And now a gutter ball to a 4. And he's going to continue to represent hands like Ace King and King Queen. But waking up against an extremely strong hand against a sticky opponent.
I don't think that game's going anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And the river pairs the 5, which definitely would correlate more with Double L's range than Joe's, but I think you can feel pretty comfortable betting a hand like Ace King and King Queen over 3 streets. Joe just deciding to give it up. He's not getting a 5 to fold ever, and it's going to be hard pressed to see a king folding, but now Ling Ling might go for some value.
He was playing a lot at Gardens.
And I think she's going to put in a
The Asian muscle guy.
bit of a bet, but what do I know? Checking it back, content with the size of the pot, and Joe sitting there with ace high. Not a whole lot for him to call with anyways.
Joe's money is very sweet. It's sweeter than other people's. Because he cannot lose today. It's Lele's money, actually, right, Joe?
And Lele taking a little bit from Joe.
Saya already grind back.
If you guys want to be part of this, make sure you play the Bally Live at the Bike Predictor game. Play, predict, win. Scan that code. Be automatically directed to the website where you can enter for a chance to win hoodies, t-shirts, hats, all this live at the bike merchandise that you can win through our sponsors. And speaking of sponsors, True Classic Tees, head over to their website or scan that QR code for 25% off of some of the most budget-friendly, great-looking t-shirts on the market. And you know why Joe's up $38,000 in the show is because he's wearing True Classic t-shirts today, ladies and gentlemen. Double L, not wearing the True Classic tees, but she's still up $27,000. And, you know, everybody else in the show isn't wearing True Classic. And look at their results. I'm not saying it's directly correlated, but it certainly couldn't hurt. TrueClassicTees.com.
You're still stuck back.
Ludo up $5,500. Yen hanging around even. Casper is down a cool $5,000 alongside David. Saya and L both down 21,000 and 35,000 respectively, and KGB long gone from the show. We don't even get to see his graphic anymore. So what do you guys think? Who's going to be the big winner today? Who will be the big spender? We got about an hour left in the show. Who will be the big winner, and how much will he or she be up at the end of the show?
Oh, you're trying to win this?
He's like, no, no, I have to do it.
Check.
So Casper and L both sharing bottom pair. Double L has position. She also has a gutter ball and blocks a lot of the combos of value that her opponents can have, like King Jack suited, Jack 10 suited. So I like this as a potential bluffing combo, and gets it through a couple of better hands. Ling.
Yeah, I'm trying everything.
He's off, trying everything
If I lose,
to
I
take these
blame on
pots
you
down.
guys. I lose, just bluff everything, trying to protect the 400 for you people.
We're the best
Or
for the
somebody
team.
else come?
We're the best for the team,
Take it.
right? Best for the team.
Yeah, really. You can see me how much I tried to stop.
Oh, you should see how much I tried.
Davey, I'm gonna give you action to Dave.
I know you will.
Yeah, I have to.
Those are yours, right? Those chips?
No.
No, time chips.
Oh, those are mine, yeah. I used 2 already.
All mine are easy decisions. And I make
4 players.
lose 50K.
I know,
All
you
easy
didn't-
decisions.
You didn't even use them.
All easy decisions.
Check. 6. Fold.
That shows when you bluff, it's quick. No thinking.
It's okay to let the small blind go.
Oh, I forgot about the game. Check.
Check.
Ludo turning third pair and a gutter ball to go along with it. He also has some good blocker properties to some flushes if they were to come through on the river. David with top pair, top kicker on a fairly dynamic board.
No, you get me covered. That's fine. I just need to.
Betting more than what's in the pot. Excuse me, betting about 3/4 of what's in the pot. With top on this Queen 10-5-8 board. 2 flush draws present as well.
Ah, he really wants that. What, $500? Shit, you can't let it go.
And backdoor trips. Oh, excuse me, not backdoor trips. Ludo still sitting with second pair. The bottom card now paired, and
I want to
$3,000 on the river. I could see Ludo flicking in the call here. All the draws miss, and it goes brick on the river, pairing the bottom card. David just never has an 8 here.
Just in case you raise, I can still fold.
Oh, I like this answer. It's a very good answer.
Maybe 8x of spades would make sense, but with the exception of 8x of spades, there's very few 8s that David can have that aren't full houses now.
500 is not worth it.
No, it's not worth it. Not
Not
for
worth
sure.
People don't tend to enjoy folding
If I was
board
out of
pairing
his mind
rivers.
right now, it's more like that. That's in his mind.
Hey, don't coach him.
David looks very
No
confident.
professional coaching.
It's not that
Very
necessary.
comfortable.
Professional coaching. It might be bad coaching.
Although I don't know if you can read into that too much.
You can tell him what you think he should do.
I think
No,
David is very
I'll let you do
comfortable
I have no idea.
at this stake, so I think he can have some value hands and some bluffs when he starts table talking this confidently.
Really? You lost 50K. You shouldn't tell anybody.
And so Ludo getting about
And if it's the
3 to
other
1 on his
company-
money.
my
He
God.
also has a
Oh my God.
$500 overlay
Oh my
because
God.
of the bunny game.
Damn.
And I
The
think
question
that
I
might
was
be the
gonna ask you
determining
is,
factor.
Have you ever been in
If
a
he makes this
relationship
call.
where you were not the dominant person?
Oh, you shouldn't. That's very personal. Oh my God. Okay. Hurry up. Let's go. I need to go to bed. Why do you give me that look, Saya?
Oh, I just think it's funny.
Isn't it a funny question?
Yeah.
See? I thought it was a funny question. That's why I asked. I didn't actually
David.
That's a
want
very
you to
blunt
answer.
question.
Yeah, it was a rhetorical question.
Everybody
I
seems
would
to be
think
happy
that.
Actually, I
around
only
him.
like men that are stronger than me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? You need a
Smiling.
hippo to handle a lion.
No, I weren't.
Having a
It's
good
equal.
time.
I think I think equal is the best.
No.
You
no.
think it's equal. In your mind,
No way.
it's equal.
No. I think if the woman is strong, the man needs to be stronger to survive.
I think that all three options could have been on the table from Ludo. Since he's gonna
That's
tank
true.
for this long, I don't think he
Yeah.
can shove bluff now, but
Otherwise, she would just ace queen.
calls and
Nice one.
David. Just chatting,
Confident,
laughing while
personable,
you get
comfortable. David knocks
Even if I
Ludo
was
into
bluffing, I'd still be
red
laughing
now.
and joking. You can ask him,
Yeah, we next time.
Thank you.
right? Even if I was bluffing 100,000, I still would be laughing and joking.
Just kidding.
And that's exactly what I was thinking. I
I've done
don't
it
think
many times.
$3,000 means a lot to this young man.
You're always laughing, losing or winning,
Yep.
always happy.
Who took a quarter? Oh, sorry.
What happened?
I put a blind.
You gonna move?
It ended up in the card.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, did I put 100?
It's more like
Yeah, you're straddle.
Okay.
Joe and his.
Yeah.
Oh,
My first
Ludo
time
just
playing.
feeling like he's
I
getting
like
too
your
good of a
set.
call. Only has to be right
Very
there about
like-
1 out of every 3 times. Almost every single draw brick, with the exception of Jack 9. You also have a blocker to that kind of
that's
hand.
not good
So
word. I want people to say I'm.
I'll buy
calculating.
2 from you.
Yeah,
It's
good.
too much.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I don't fault the call whatsoever.
What
Just
time is it?
unfortunately
It's
for
5:30.
Ludo in this situation.
Okay.
David waking up with the
birthday
goods.
Party is coming soon.
When is the next roses delivery?
I know. Ask Lele. Lele knows. He scheduled it.
Well, him or David?
Now Alex rolling in fashionably late. Certainly an action player, but he's got a
Maybe he
couple
doesn't know what happened.
tricks
I
up
don't
his
think
sleeve.
He knows what happened.
For the second stream in a row, apparently she got the flower delivery.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
today she got 2.
Wow.
They're back
We're gonna make this
there.
Yeah.
game 9-handed
Somebody
now.
sent me flowers.
Other side.
That's not you. You're right there.
Oh, no, no,
That's not you.
it's not me.
You sent flower first, then you came on the stream.
And it's from a no-name.
Ah, I would have sent much nicer than that.
Oh wow! Look at David.
You got it. It's 300.
Oh,
Much nicer.
David is always the dominant party.
Yeah, I would have sent much nicer.
Yeah, yeah.
Like 3 dozen long stem roses, something like that.
White rose. Not bad.
And so I guess we can
Pink.
discount
How many
David from the poll of who sent the roses over
Oh,
to
heads up.
Yeah.
Saya. Because if he was gonna do it,
Wanna
he would
get
do
her
it
attention,
much
you
bigger.
gotta go big,
Sorry, I
see?
I don't
Especially when
check
she's a lion.
You always
anatomy. No, looking at stack.
Never.
Welcome to the game, sir. The guys seem real nice. The women will eat us.
Pretty great card for Casper here, picking up an open-ended straight draw. And if you were to bluff, this would be a pretty strong candidate to do so. You can definitely represent the low connected board a lot better than Double L will. And $800 and $1,500 from Double L, going about 3/4 the size of the pot with 2 pair, top pair and a pair of 4s, and gets paid off by Ducks.
Bumper.
Bumper?
Oh.
Let's do 200 each with the straddle now.
200 each.
200 each.
Actually, yeah, it should be 200 now that it's
With the straddle.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all in.
You know, no one's gonna listen to you. You're not one of the women.
No,
Let's do 5,000 each.
Hey,
Ballpark.
I
One
think
time.
200 is good enough.
Yeah.
Over 200 is too much.
We're gonna have 4 people all in.
I think the whole table will be all right.
Any pair, you're going all in.
No, I
50.
yes.
50
I got
each.
enough. Thank you.
200 from
feel like
everybody.
When I wear this, it's hot. When I take it off, it's cold. Like, what should I do?
No in between.
It's not hot.
It's not.
Even if you put it on, it's not hot.
If I flop quads, I'll check.
Me too. No pair of ball.
And a heart, 4 hearts. Queen of
Oh, we
spades.
get 2 boards? Oh, wow. Hearts looks good to me.
Yeah, I know.
Chuck.
Check. Check.
Check my quads.
Check. Pocket call. Check. 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 Check around. King of spades. Check. Check. 1,000. Fold. 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 Call. Fold. 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 Fold.
Oh, easy decisions are better.
Heads up.
Yeah, when you have absolutely
Queen of
nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
That's right. I don't want like top pair, no kicker. Just asking for pain.
So Ludo and L looking like they're going to chop this one up. Both players playing kings on the top board, and let's see if one of these guys can get the other one off the chop.
Check.
Check, check.
Oh my God. Don't tell me he's gonna scoop.
Quarter.
Oh, excuse me. L is going to quarter Ludo.
He gets 3/4.
Yeah.
So L is going to take down a little bit more. Ludo going to take back about
That's the best hand.
900.
King.
L is going
One
to
pair,
take
one
about
pair.
2,700
Nobody
for that
had shit.
$3,600 pot.
It beat me. How can 9 players and 1 pair be the best? Shit. Good value bet.
One more time.
Gonna stays.
Thank
And so once again, thank you guys for joining us for this very special Thursday edition of Live at the Bike. We've had roses sent a couple of times throughout the broadcast. We had 5-bet bluffs, some crazy all-ins. And if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It costs you nothing, and it means everything to us to make sure that we can bring you this high-level poker content week in and week out. My name is Rye Guy from Toronto, Canada, and it's been a pleasure commentating for you throughout the entirety of this matchup. If you got anything, leave a comment in the chat box, and we'll try to engage with the chat over the last 40 minutes of the show.
I have a lot of money left.
Call. Great. 1350. Fold.
I'm helping you out.
1350.
You'll just be heads up with me if you go all in.
Mine's broken. This one. It's been broken. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's not even working.
How do you know it's not broken? Oh, there's
Still
no,
lagging.
there's no lag?
So funny.
10 seconds. Fold.
This one doesn't even work.
Fuck, I should have just 3-bet.
Alright, David, good defense.
Probably would've
David,
worked.
good defense.
I actually was trying to help him out.
Good defense.
I wasn't playing.
Telling you, Sai, look at that kitty 6 times.
You save money. If you 3-bet, I 4-bet.
Really?
Yeah.
That good, huh?
With the kitties game, I don't know whether I use restaurant.
I know, right?
1 second.
We need a button. You give up your button for that.
I really didn't expect him to fold. I was like, yo.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Sometimes people do the unexpected.
Yeah.
I tried.
Yeah?
Try to get the sevens.
Those are where the actions.
300. Fold. Call. Fold. And then call. Replay it. Check. Check.
David flopping a nut flush draw on this ace-4 deuce two-tone board.
12.
Yeah, and gonna represent range advantage, and David's gonna shut that down really quick, getting 2 hands to fold.
No, really? I wanted you to 3-bet.
3-bet?
Yeah.
But I think we should do 100% and no reset.
Mike, you have a show.
What do you think?
Saya just relentlessly
Speed up.
pushing the straddles, the brand new Garrett Adelstein of the
Okay,
show.
let's do reset then.
Here's the reset.
Or as most people know him, Garrett Stradelstein.
You're doing 50 reset?
Wait, did you
This
show
is
David?
200.
No,
200 from this side.
David, put it back. No show, no get the kids.
Oh yeah, we have to show.
You didn't tell me that.
We forgot that rule.
No,
yeah.
he
did
still
not
gets a
tell me.
kitty. He just
Yeah,
forgot to show.
we forgot
We
to
never
tell you.
said no show, no
But
kitty.
you never told me. I would have been happy to show. I had the
forgot-
nut flush draw.
We forgot to tell you.
I
Yeah.
had a king high flush draw, and there was ace hearts on the board.
Okay, yeah. If you win the kitty, you have to show.
Okay, I didn't know that. I've told the
There's your
truth, though.
50. And then,
You will see it on the
I'll get
stream.
change for you in a minute. Who's this? Is this you?
That's ours, us
That's
4.
our 4.
Okay.
Should be 400.
415.
Oh,
We're
cool. Oh, we're 9-handed now? Oh, shit.
Yeah, 450.
Yeah, 450.
Okay, let's go.
Good.
Alright. Lego Maya go.
Oh, you want two?
Here's.
Thank you.
Alright.
Keep coming anyway, man.
What was that?
Joe, you're
Yeah, we got right now. Straddle and then
black on black.
We're playing Casper, so I can see. I can see how much.
About 1500. I started with a hand of 1500.
call. Fold.
Everyone's after me. It's fun.
Fold. Fold.
Fold.
All in.
Casper opening it up.
Fold.
10-8 suited. Ludo jumping in the pot with Queen Jack off, and Saya 3-betting the aces. Casper decided to just go with it.
As you really want to twice.
We've been running it twice.
Okay,
He wants twice.
You're gonna go twice.
Do it.
And Saya and Casper will run it twice for about
She's just saying
$4,000.
because it's small, but yeah.
Oh,
she's-
I didn't. I said I prefer twice. I didn't say I prefer once.
But she says if you want twice, it's fine too.
Yeah, we're good.
Both make sense.
And so Saya's got a deadlock on the first one. Casper picking up a straight draw on the river. That's not going to be good for him. And a couple ambitious
aces, by the way.
backdoor for Casper here.
Okay,
Backdoor
one.
spades coming through. Looking for a spade and a spade only. 10 on the river, no good. So Saya going to scoop a $4,000 pot.
I had a king. Yes.
Casper going to head to his bag and reload, or he's going to go ghost.
Clubs.
Cool.
Looks like the latter of the two.
You, Casper.
Would have put you all in.
As Casper exits stage left,
Wow.
the friendly ghost.
50, right?
50
Yeah.
and 50.
You took all his shit twice.
Haunted by aces of Saya.
He's the one who win only when I have aces.
See what I mean?
But how could you do that to
If the
him?
man is not a lion, she's gonna eat him up like that.
She stacked him
And
twice.
yeah, somehow I'm still stuck 20K. I don't know what's happening.
You're playing him perfectly, but you're playing other spots bad.
Yes.
He had some tear.
Casper's out. But then that would make it more possible that he didn't have a combo. Fold. Fold. 300. 300 from David and fold and then fold.
And so that hand was probably not even close to as spicy as Habbo Hot Sauce, which is our sponsor for today. If you haven't already, make sure you go to habbosauce.com because they've got some pretty good hot sauce. I had some yesterday. I was eating some tacos, and I gotta say, it was pretty damn delicious. If you haven't already, check out habbosauce.com. L with a pure continue with his 6 high flush draw. Ludo gonna get out of the way with his ace high nothing. David betting his bottom pair for value, gonna get 1 street out of L. Check, check on the turn. And the river breaks off with a 5, and now L just deciding to give it up.
6 high.
Like 1,500.
Clubs?
Yeah,
Oh, I got you dominated.
David, the new kitty defender.
Why couldn't you have a king so I can muck my hand in honor? Shit.
What do you do with Casper's time too?
I'd rather muck there, you know?
Yeah. How do we
Oh.
do we do this?
Do you want to buy the
He play bad.
Sure, how much?
225.
Yes, a bet would have won the pot.
No, I just straddle. 300 straddle, how much?
Yes, 300 straddle.
Okay.
Okay.
300 straddle. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Can I keep it? No.
I thought my 6 high was good.
I knew you were going to check raise, that's why I checked.
Straddle into 300.
Check raise would have worked for sure.
Fold. Yes. Fold. Fold.
Fold.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Think about the consequence. The cost, the risk, the reward. Nothing else. Huh? Nothing I say. Stop it.
7.
Give you a chance.
Not even your money.
Damn, what a lion.
Is everybody else?
Yeah, man.
Let the man enjoy his button. God damn it.
No, because he's trying to steal my...
It's trying to steal my
David, you familiar with the term losing argument?
So top pair versus middle pair
This is
on
the
this
tree you're
queen
barking up
10
right
deuce
now.
I
monotone
think
board.
this is proving the point that I made earlier.
Yes.
Very true.
Yes.
See?
Very correct.
Check. Check.
Oh, she wins it. Wow, what a...
Unbelievable.
See what you did to yourself?
Here's the 50 reload.
Lately.
Here's my reload.
Lately is my favorite people. One of my favorite series.
Okay, this is from the 4 of
Got
us.
it. 4.
2 of us.
Did I put a 50?
No, that was me.
And perfect.
Yes.
There you go.
Straddle.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
Straddle 200 from Mel.
Did you even have a good hand? Tell me.
Keeping the straddle.
Me? Just now?
No, when
I
you
had a
reset.
pair.
Oh, you had a pair. Okay, I got lucky.
What's that?
Restraddle.
He straddle.
Oh, restraddle.
No, the blind. I guess it's not straddle anymore. It's blinds.
Lillian first.
Yeah.
Oh.
This makes it very interesting. That's how I lost 60 last time.
600. Straddle for 2 from Al and then raise to 6.
Look, I think for 2 seconds
See, very interesting.
she's like, what's he gonna do? I mean, I felt it. I just want to fold. That's it.
Stare at him. Yeah,
I just want my
fold.
God.
Yeah, give
My God.
up.
I can't.
Yeah, this is not your money.
I can't.
Okay, this money is safe, so you don't need a side.
Double L raising it up with queen 10 offsuit, and I think Saya has the double straddle on.
Why didn't you?
I mean, back. Exchange.
Joe's like, I learned my lesson. Last time was too costly.
And gets it through.
How much did you lose? 3K. Wasn't that much? Yeah. Oh, 35.
I should just flatten. I don't know why I just folded.
Yeah, you could fly. Seriously.
No,
Yeah, you did
that was a
good.
really bad fold.
There's no straddle, sir.
No?
You can change.
Yeah.
No, you can change, yeah.
How bad is your hand, Lily?
Makes my hand awkward.
Oh, okay.
Call. Fold. 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 Fold.
Fold.
Fold.
So Alex with ace king suited, L, pocket 10s in the hijack. We see a fairly innocuous board. Pocket 10s must feel fairly comfortable now.
8.
And about a half pot size bet out of position, L with the overpair. Under-repping his hand pre-flop as well. So I think you can go one of two ways. Just flat seems like the most standard approach, but raising here for protection and some value also seems reasonable, and L typically taking the aggressive approach to these situations. Protecting his hand from hands like similar to what Alex will have, like 2 overs, where if any overcard comes out like a jack, queen, king, or an ace, you're never really sure where you're at. So taking the aggression lead away from a player like Alex certainly seems reasonable. Alex, a non-believer, thinking his ace high might still be good, hoping to bink an ace or a king. The 6 of hearts on the turn, bringing in the front door flush, and putting 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush on the board. Might slow down the action here, but L just saying screw it and going with his top pair. Now Alex with black ace king, no flush draw with just ace high on a board that's going to smash L's flatting range, both by the composition of the cards and also the flush coming through. L's going to have a lot more suited combinations than Alex will. Because Alex raised pre-flop, he's going to have a lot more bigger cards like the ace king, ace queen, king queen offsuit kind of hands. And L's going to have a lot more of the sets, 2 pairs, straights, and flushes.
The heart.
No, the king of clubs.
So L just going with it, with his pocket 10s, decides, if you got a better hand, let's see it. Maybe you can fold out a hand like aces, kings, and queens without a heart as well. So finding a pretty healthy merge there, and folding out about 20% equity that the black ace-king had. So L taking down a pot there.
Your first Alex. Oh, I'm sorry.
No regret.
No. 300. Fold. Fold. Call.
And so just to clarify, when I mentioned the term merge, it refers to the nature of a bet, meaning that you can get called by some worse hands. For example, in that situation, like an ace-high flush draw or a king-high flush draw, if he has, say, ace of hearts king or ace king of hearts. And you can also fold out some better hands, like, for example, like black queens, black kings, or black aces. Not really going to feel comfortable on that, 4 straight and 3 flush board. So definitely some reasonable assumptions behind the action taken there, where you can get called by worse hands and also get better hands to fold.
You don't use much.
Use one early again. I would normally never use it.
Just numbing.
Oh, one is like real big? Yeah, sure.
Call.
Good decision.
Can I get one from
Yeah.
Big player.
You would have had equity on
32. Fold.
So Ludo flopping bottom set in a 3-bet pot. Let's see if he wants to proceed against an aggressive opponent like David, who has absolutely air in this spot.
I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about what should I have done pre-flop.
Ludo underrepresenting his hand pre-flop as well. Did
Personally,
not
I like
3-bet.
that you just called.
I think in position, you just want to keep the door open for David. If he's got a hand like ace-king or king-queen.
Oh, do you like it now?
I don't like it that much now. Really?
David, just with a hand he should have doubled down with. But this ain't blackjack, sir. Ludo finding a shove here, but unfortunately for him, the kind of hands that he'd get called down by are also the same hands that David would be comfortable shoving on the turn.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Thank you.
7 deuce?
So even though David could have a hand like ace-queen or ace-10 where...
Much bigger. You'll see it on the street.
Yeah, you can
much better than 7.
You know, you gotta fold out a gutter ball out, but David...
I had 7 deuce dominated.
3-betting the 7-4 offsuit, running into bottom set, and I think he could have went with it on some turns. Unfortunately for Ludo, just closing the door before David was able to walk through the trap. But always nice to flop bottom set in a 3-bet pot.
Usually it's a sandwich between two women. It's much better than this, right? This one feels like it's going to be painful.
Especially now that he's in.
Well, now I have another brother to absorb some of the impact. He's going to absorb some of the impact, so hopefully it won't be as bad, you know.
You didn't have to call.
So Saya gonna try to show David how it's done with the 7-4 offsuit herself. Competing for that kitty game, I think there's about $700 or $800 that she can win by winning the hand out of the small blind. David going to lead out. Or excuse me, Alex going to lead out with his king high. Ling gonna call in between with an under pair to the top card, and David not going anywhere with his top pair just yet. Alex looking for a couple of barrel cards. Let's see the 10 of clubs on the turn. One time dealer. 7 of hearts, not exactly the barrel card. Alex picking up a gutter ball, but against 2 players on a ace high dynamic board like this, I think he's just gonna shut it down, and he does. The backdoor flush coming through, and I don't really feel comfortable betting David's hand for value. I think it's a pretty comfortable bluff catcher though. But he decides to block out for $800. Alex calls. Snap call. Or excuse me, Alex betting 800. Double L. She blocks a lot of the best bluffs that Alex can have. David gonna snap this one off if double L gets out of the way, but he might end up folding if she calls.
Thank you, Ling. I can fold now.
Exactly how it goes down. Masterfully played, Ling.
Oh my God!
You had an ace?
I had an ace. I figured one of you's gotta have it.
Trapping Alex. She calls fairly quickly, which tells David where he's at, but unfortunately for David.
Good read.
The story did not have the ending that he expected it to. Folding the best hand, double L.
I had an under kicker to the board.
Oh, it's 3, huh?
Really bad.
Well, I didn't want to call either.
Gonna take down the nice paw with a
Such a
strong
small
hero
bet,
call.
like,
Yeah, but once I call, really, you can't call.
That's the reason I try to make it look like.
Yeah, value bet. Yeah, like you have an ace.
We're supposed to work together.
I know, but she's good. I keep forgetting.
You're never gonna win because David would have called. If I told you call.
Yeah, if she folds, I call. It was never gonna work. Yeah.
It would have worked.
And so breaking news, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
100% I would've called.
Saya's secret admirer at it again. 3 bouquets of roses sent in the stream. This will not be caught on camera, but you're gonna have to take my word for it. 3 bouquets of roses sent in Saya's direction.
I know it's coming. I know.
And soon we're gonna run out of table space for her to put these roses on.
Already calculated.
If you are the secret admirer, please stand up in the comment section.
No way.
We'll make this match made in heaven and ignite the flame. Which allows for this true poker love story to take the front and center stage on Live at the Bike.
1100.
I know you are out there, secret admirer. Let us know who you are and what we can do to help.
Oh, over here. Okay.
Over there?
I thought you meant the pot. Sorry.
Okay, I'm not gonna defend, put it anymore.
Look at this. Must show.
Stole it.
7 deuce?
I stole it with the best hand.
Must show.
I'll have to show. I stole it with the best hand.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Damn, I don't think I won.
Oh, I tried.
And try to play defense. Try.
Want to buy it? Yeah. Just use straddle.
Oh, here's the reload. Here's my reload.
All right.
Give me 50.
So basically,
Okay.
No, I'm talking.
oh yeah.
No, okay.
So put the 200
50 in
from
there.
this side.
Oh, 50? Oh, here.
He pulled 100. I think he pulled 100.
No, it was for both of us.
Yeah, you take 50. Okay. Oh, okay. So should be 400 total.
400, yep.
Oh, right there.
Reset.
Yep, 400.
I was gonna buy it as a straddle.
I like the idea, like everybody 50.
Yeah,
You
it's
need to
much-
load it up. Yeah.
Much better, yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise.
Otherwise, you have
Interesting.
to wait for so long.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. You have to wait.
3.
If it's Ling Ling, I can rely on a 3-bet. These guys. I don't even know what to do. They just call. God damn it.
You know I hit a 5.
You can have anything, yeah.
6.
Can we play 7 deuce now?
4.
Oh, is that too late?
Yeah, the money's safe. Good defense.
You guys want to play 7 deuce?
Baby,
I'm down.
you
100
protect
each?
the, what do you call this? Kitty?
No, Ling Ling, you should know me, even though you didn't know me that long, you should know that I'm not interested in winning small pots.
No, but I'm kidding. But you protect this one.
Oh.
Ling Ling.
Otherwise you can keep it growing, right?
Ling Ling, you want to play 7 deuce for 100?
70 for 100?
100?
I don't care, yeah.
200. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, 200. 100 is
200, because we're straddling every hand. 200.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
Just makes it fun.
I
So
s-
did we all agree, or is anybody objecting?
I mean, I'll do it for 100.
Okay, 100.
I don't want to do it for 100.
Lelius.
Huh?
Wanna do it for
No?
100?
No.
So far, no. Okay, no.
So the game is off, okay.
So far, no. You tried again, huh?
Try my best.
300?
Try my best.
I haven't got M70s one time.
I got it twice in a row.
No wonder.
Back-to-back hands.
So Ludo opening up an 8-high 1-gapper from +1.
I don't know why I added. My mind was,
Picking up a 3-bet from Alex with ace-6 offsuit. A call from L with 10-7 off. Ling Ling tagging along with 7-5 off. I feel like there's got to be a graphical issue here. Nonetheless, 5 ways to a flop with a bunch of speculative hands. I think this is a single raise pot.
750.
Yeah, single raise pot. Ludo gonna continue into the field for about half the size of the pot. And I think this will get through.
I haven't. I know who's dressed it.
The field melts.
You're the
Ludo
one
did not win
suggested.
$4,000. He won about $1,200 in that pot.
That's the most on it.
No more kitty next time.
But not a bad result when you see that with 8 high.
Okay,
I
what
have
day
to
you
play
playing?
until I win everything
Okay,
back.
what day are you playing next week?
A couple of questions asking
I need a schedule. We need a schedule.
about the delay time in the
Let's do it
stream.
again.
So for the
Tell me
security
now,
of the game, you and I are going to be watching the show at the same time, which is taking place about an hour after the action had taken place in the casino. And we do this for a multitude of reasons, but the number one reason is the Stones reason, the Mike Postle reason, to not allow for cheaters to have any room in our game. And protecting the safety
I'm waiting
and
for your
security
3-bet. Shit, damn
of
it.
this game is our
she's
number
gonna
one
3-bet.
priority.
I can squeeze after she 3-bets. Damn it. I was already planning it.
Which is why all the players, before they take a seat at the table, have to put their phone in a lockbox, and why none of the people working on the show have access to the whole card information that could give a player on the table some sort of advantage. Ling. Gonna take one off with a three straight 3 flush. And if you're gonna take one off, that's the turn card you want to see. A lot of maneuverability now for double L. And David turning the straight, so he has the stone cold nuts. I think Ling still in there with 10-8 of clubs. 10-6 of clubs, excuse me. I guess she had folded already, but
so you do have a hand. Okay, I wasn't sure when you just did the c-bet, but now I believe you. I believe you.
With ace king, top pair, top kicker on this fairly wet and connected board, and about $8,000 behind. Let's see if David wants to go for all of it. 5,000 on the river. I think this will get called fairly quickly. Snapped in there. David with the nut straight on the turn.
When I know she has a hand, I gotta
river.
bet big, right?
Wow, so sneaky. Oh, you had it on the turn.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunate run out there. A bit of a cooler turn. Top pair, top kicker, no good. And it's always difficult when you hit a monster hand like top in a multi-way pot.
No, really?
Sneaky gutter coming through on the turn. And
were you
True
in for the flop?
Classics. Some of the best t-shirts in the business. Use our promo code LATB for 25% off. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, those are some high quality t-shirts. They make you look slim, they make you look jacked. And they're only about 20 bucks a tee. TrueClassic.com. Joe, upstuck about $10,000, but still up 36,000 on the day. Double L coming in right behind, plus 32 grand this evening, and a lot of big spenders in the lineup. L is losing a boatload of cash, 36,000 in the red. Saya, 20 grand in the red. Yen and Alex both down $6,000. Ludo up a cool 9 grand alongside our new action player, David.
700.
So a monster flop for Joe. Top on the top. Top and bottom pair on the bottom. And Saya, in a world of hurt here, she's got an open ender on the top, but is effectively drawing dead on the bottom board. And this is just how the day's been going for Joe. I can't expect him to be losing this pot the way that he has been running.
Guys. Yeah? Okay, order.
You're not drinking.
So king on the top board, giving him second pair top kicker and a brick on the bottom.
So alert, so
Saya still with top pair on the bottom board, open-ended on the top.
I was gonna get some.
And Joe going to continue to apply pressure, about 2/3 the size of the pot. And Saya feeling like her draw is still nutted, and the bottom board top pair is hard to beat. It's hard to make a pair in this game, but Joe has 2 of them on the bottom and 1 on the top 3 pair for Joe.
Okay, it's not That's what you tell us.
And the front door flush coming in on the bottom, and Saya now has a pair of 7s on the top. Not the run out Joe would have wanted to see, but I think Saya is going to be fairly comfortable showing down here, and I expect a roll of the eyes after she sees Joe's hands, expecting to probably win at least one of these boards. And I don't see Joe folding if Saya is to put in a big bet, so all of the money that she puts in here will be headed in Joe's direction.
10.
Unless she finds a massive overbet, which she does. So Joe's either going to give up $7,000 or win an extra $10,000. He loses to a handful of combinations on both boards. Saya, if she has a hand like 9-10, he'll lose on both boards. 9-10 of spades, certainly a reasonable assumption for a hand that she could have, and maybe 9x of spades. He'll lose on both boards to that. And there's not a lot of hands that Saya would be betting this way that he'd be scooping, so in Joe's mind, he's probably thinking he's calling off $10,000 to win 4K back, but in reality, if he puts 10K in, he's getting $10,000 more than what's in the pot. Brain in the blender. So Joe's either going to give up 7,000 or win an extra 10,000 in.
Drinks. Wow. You order drinks?
Yeah, cocktail too?
Cocktail, yes, please.
So many hands that scoop me.
Saya correctly identifying that it's very difficult for her to be scooped on both boards, so she's just applying maximum pressure. It's reasonable to assume Saya could have a flush draw on both boards on that flop. And with that bottom board coming through with the flush, it's just really difficult for Joe to make this call.
I just want some fresh fruit and orange juice and a hot tea. And also a Fiji water.
It's easy when you can see the cards, ladies and gentlemen. It's difficult when your brain is in the blender. But Joe has been playing lights out today.
Red one?
You want to give red, white, or
Red one or champagne or red wine?
you choose?
Maybe white.
You want a white
What
one?
do you think?
Yeah, sure. That way.
White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
White. White wine.
Chardonnay.
Chardonnay.
60块钱。
哪个？ He says the 60.
Nice hand.
60.
Thank you.
Chardonnay.
Wow.
Saya.
Horrendous river.
两瓶够吗？还是一瓶？一瓶哪够？有这么多人 ？Everybody drinks
With
or no?
spectacular bluff. Getting Joe off the winner on both boards.
One bottle.
One bottle. I'm sorry.
One glass.
Bottle? How many glasses?
All right, I'll have a glass with everybody.
Okay, how many?
Can I just order a cocktail rather than?
Correctly identifying that if Joe had a premium, he'd probably barrel through himself.
How many
With a
glasses?
splash of pineapple.
I think 5. You want some wine?
You want one? 5.
So 5.
Turning her hand into a
I'm
bluff.
very curious at that hand.
Little did she know that
Just curious.
she was getting
Actually, you
scooped.
might be scooping.
What?
You might be scooping.
Oh shit.
Wow.
You might be
You
scooping.
might be scooping.
Oh nice. Nice bluff. Nice bluff.
All skill.
Yeah, yeah. That was for sure skill.
200 shot.
I mean, my hand on the top board was like really weak.
Did I put it 50?
Yeah, I figured
Oh, that was the bumper. I put it.
Yeah.
Put it before the bumper.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You figured that was the issue, right? Yeah.
You had good hand. You might have a
I had ace 8. It was just 2 really bad river cards. Like there's way too many hands that scoop me. I need 9x of spades,
Did you
4x.
scoop or no?
he scooped.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had ace 7, so I had a pair ace, and then I rivered a pair 7. I was open-ended on the other one
Right.
with the 7, but then I made a pair 7s.
Yeah. Nice.
Good bet.
Thank you.
200.
I was really close to calling. It just.
I didn't pick.
I mean, at that point with those 2 rivers, you probably figured you for sure at least lose 1 board. You're calling at most.
Of course. Yeah, that was.
I mean, I probably would fold too. It's just unfortunate for you, the river.
That was my issue. Is
You
like,
didn't.
I know
you
I'm
didn't think
losing
it's
1
possible
board.
for you to even scoop. Like,
Right.
yeah,
That was the main issue.
exactly. I wouldn't call just thinking that I'm chopping at most, you know.
Yeah, the other part of me said you're pretty capable. So.
But that was like the only hand.
Of course.
I opened it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you would bluff with too many other cards.
Yeah.
Of course. No, super nice.
No, he had ace 8. No, he didn't. No.
I had 2 pair.
What's ace 8? 1 pair?
Ace 8 was 2 pair on the ace.
2 pair and then.
And pair 8 on the other board.
Yeah.
But he could easily get scooped with
Yeah,
those 2 rivers.
You just bump it like crazy. Fold. Raise to 300. Call. Fold, fold. Call. 3 players.
So what a crazy run out there. Saya able to get Joe off. Better hands on both boards, and thought process explained exactly what I thought. She was thinking that, you know, in Joe's mind, best case scenario, he's chopping. So effectively what he's thinking is he's putting in $10,000 to hopefully win back 4,000, and typically that's just not a recipe for success. Saya with a bit of a Hail Mary bluff, trying to get back to even, and worked out for her in this situation. Shout out to Sandy Joy in the chat. Let me know what's going on with you. Shout out to Profion, always blessing the chat with positivity. Wolverine, a new MVP in the chat box. Paul Middleton.
Good call.
AK.
That's the only way to take our dominance back, man. Power to the men.
And Ling Ling getting picked off. Joe not seeming like he's in the folding mood after finding that hero fold earlier. And we're reaching towards the end of our show. Double L leading the way, $49,400 in her stack. As always, True Classic t-shirts. Use that promo code LATB. Scan the barcode. They have some killer t-shirts for affordable prices. David and Double L leading the way, both edging around the 50% VPIP mark. Saya, 36. And Joe, our big winner today, upstuck about 10 grand, but up about $36,000. Not a bad day at the office for him. Double L, $30,000 in the positive. L, the big L on the day. And Saya, $16,000 in the red. David and Ludo both up 8K on the day. That'll do it for us. My name is Rye Guy. Thank you for tuning in from Houston. Rick, Wayne, Brian, Matthew, JJ, Alex, Eric, and last but certainly not least, Jeff. Thank you guys for tuning in for this edition of Live at the Bike.
Support for Live at the Bike comes from True Classic. True Classic has the absolute best fitting t-shirts a man can buy. Finding the right t-shirt is incredibly frustrating. Most t-shirts are either way too tight on your gut or they look way too big and boxy. It's time to go all in on True Classic. True Classic has already helped over 2 million men finally get a better fit at an affordable price. Our listeners get access to the best deal they offer. For a limited time only, get 25% off with the code LATB at trueclassic.com.